Pat, I only had a little bit left to do on the minutes, and I was doing something else. I'm sorry.
It'll work out just fine for us. We can just post them as, we don't tend to post them as a draft, though. Okay, we will open this meeting of September 26, 2013. Let the record show that all the selectmen are present, even though they don't look like they're in their seats, they are here. They've gone to get some more information to work on the budget with us. So, Joyce, you're up.
All right, let me just get my...
Catherine, you almost ready? Okey doke.
I'll finish that. Give me time to finish.
Careful.
Okay, we started.
They have enough people gimping without you starting to get too.
I am here. Before I forgot to do the new building going up after, I had to talk to him before I forgot.
Okay.
Everything is level funded. Where I haven't received their budget requests, I've indicated. Let's see, our biggest expense for 2014 is going to be our reval. And we currently, we signed a 2-year contract, so the total budget amount is correct.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for. Okay. Is, remember, we're going to be withdrawing money from our capital reserve. So what I did in this budget worksheet for now is I just put in the total amount of the contract. That's under 62, 41, 52, 7,900 reappraisal of property. It says 91,900. But that won't be the total amount we'll budget, because we don't budget the amount that we're going to be withdrawing from capital reserve, because we've already raised that money.
Right. So,
I don't know what the amount is in our capital reserve fund as of right now. I mean, I'll be able to estimate it through 12/31, but I don't know the actual amount, and also as to whether or not you folks will be putting some money in again this year
yes,
for
we're
next
gonna,
year.
that was a consensus of the board that we would do it each year until we got to that. We were always ahead of the game, so.
Okay.
We don't have an expenditure report that usually shows the reserve accounts.
Right, but the money hasn't been put in yet for 2013. He waits until almost the last.
Okay.
But I figure for now, at least you know what the total amount is, and then we'll have to back into the number. So we'll just have to wait.
That's not what's going to go to the budget committee.
That is correct.
Okay.
We'll back into that. The other things, I'm waiting on the estimates on the insurances.
What about the moderator and supervisor of the checklist? Are they going to submit something?
Yes, they are. They've been sent all the detailed information. I told them by October 1st.
That late?
I didn't even get my budget reports
That's
ready
next
until...
week. I believe that. October 1st is next week.
Okay. This year's going to go really fast.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The tax map update, she has sent the maps to be updated, but I haven't gotten the invoice yet. The janitorial, Catherine's going to be talking to the board about changing the contract. So I just put in what we had budgeted for what we're currently doing.
Does this go to,
I don't know if she's given you that information. Catherine, have you given the board copies of your,
With me until they ask me.
okay,
for it.
so whenever you want to
Do you
talk
want it
about
now?
that.
No.
After this budget, will come up a little later, and Catherine has a proposal from cleaning, so a little bit later, we can do that.
Okay, if you flip over to the other side, on the land use budget, the plan,
Oh, wait, let's,
Decide.
I haven't...
Town hall
decided.
maintenance and repairs, the 2013 budget was 11.5. You're bringing it back up to the 2012 budget?
that's correct.
Is that to catch up on the things that we didn't?
Yep. Do
just line
you
is
want to
that,
go, do you want to go through that now?
yeah, could we?
Yes,
Like the
please.
sixth line up on the bottom, first page.
Oh,
On the
building
front.
expense, I got it.
Maintenance and repairs.
The one above building expense.
Oh, I see it.
Repairs.
I just made copies of it. Here.
I don't have a vacuum.
Do you want to copy mine? That doesn't have a back either, oh,
This is new. I'll get you one in a second, Sandy.
want to just copy that?
So this one up beside?
Thank you.
I believe so.
And what projects do we have slated for town
They're
hall?
right here. Yeah, that's what she gets
Never
back.
mind, I've got it.
No, he's in the back.
Catherine, did I give you my copy?
Got a note on the bottom.
So where's my original?
Aha.
Is this your original?
No, my,
Doesn't have any other scribblings on it.
How can we charge the School Street sidewalk to the town hall?
It's in front of Town Hall.
So what?
No, it shouldn't be in our budget, but
Not for town hall. Any
is
more
that
than the one in
still
front of
for-
your
is
house
that
should be
still
on
for
your
the-
tax bill.
are you
Yeah.
copying this, or are you copying the admin budget?
The admin budget.
The admin budget. Why, you need one of these too?
Yep, I don't know where my copy went.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe this is yours. It's got a note on the bottom.
Well, no, because mine was in red.
Oh, okay, see, this is only that one page. Not on the
Yes. Oh, well.
Right there, oh, no. What's that under there?
4, 5.
This is parks.
Oh, okay.
This is land use.
Okay.
But now we're talking about capital reserve, capital expenditures, and I just need to get my copy.
So everything up above is pretty much general maintenance?
Yes, we figure around $5,000 a year is just general maintenance. The bulk of our budget this year was taken and put into the IT budget.
What's BKM?
That's the name of the company, Caswell's, the two technicians that were working there, that have worked on our boilers all along, have
Oh,
left that company.
That's furnace repair?
Thank you, Sandy.
For the kitchen sink.
So new items I put in for the board's consideration is our lift warranty and our preventive maintenance contract for Garaventa expires the end of this year.
And we can renew it?
Yes, we can. In fact, I had called them a while ago and asked them to give me a new proposal, and I haven't received it yet.
Is that $3,500 the amount of the last one?
That is correct.
What is the TCTC window?
Okay, if you
That's
remember...
the front, the enclosure?
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yep,
All right.
Enclosure?
yep.
Now,
And we're
what was the
closing it?
School Street sidewalk?
This sidewalk out
Just to
here.
repair the sidewalk? Oh,
And if we had money to do the other side as well.
that should be in
both.
Dennis's budget, I agree with Joe.
Every other sidewalk in town is, as far as I know. I mean,
It's
there might be
municipal
some exceptions,
Oh,
but
I agree.
I agree, I think that that should be in Dennis's budget.
I have a conversation about sidewalks anyway.
All right, and also the handwritten part is the police station parking lot. We've talked off and on about getting that repaved. So the
I'm
chief
not hearing
asked,
you down here, Joyce.
Police station.
the police station. And so I asked the chief, I said, well, chief, did you talk to the selectmen about that? And he said, no. And I said, well, I'll bring it up with mine. And also, the sidewalk in front of the police station has a huge crack in it. And I asked Dennis if there was any way, when they're repaving this parking lot, if they could scoop up some of the material and take it and just temporarily patch it, because it's a hazard.
Where?
In front of the police station. It's a crack that goes the entire width of the sidewalk. It's about that wide.
They have a
We need some
special goop they
coal
stick in
patch.
cracks.
Coal patch?
They have a special goop they stick in cracks.
Well, I saw two was a small crack.
No, this is a
You can use coal patch.
crack,
He's
and
got
it's the
some
entire width of,
Anyway, seems like at least putting a Band-Aid on it
And he
might
said he
save
would.
somebody's ankle or whatever.
Where is this, on the sidewalk?
no,
Or is it
the sidewalk, the front
in
sidewalk.
front of the sidewalk?
When you go up the ramp, and as you turn to go into the entrance, it's about three-quarters of the way up before you get into the
So
entrance.
this isn't the sidewalk, it's the side entrance, the front
walk
entrance.
along
Front
The
entrance. It's the walkway.
The walkway going into the front
Right.
entrance, okay. I understand that one much better than the sidewalk, because I'm trying to envision that gap on the side. There isn't the one on the side.
No, it's in the
Okay.
front. So that's what the handwritten notes mean, so and I
So
put
we need to
highway
get with,
budget.
we need to get with Dennis and find out the estimate for the sidewalk, the walkway repair and the School Street sidewalk, and add those to the budget for him.
I don't see his, Pillsbury Mountain View, I don't see in his road plan anything for the police.
No, he doesn't have anything in there at all.
That's why I'm bringing it.
And it's not the sidewalk, Catherine, it's the walkway entrance. It's different. They put sidewalk
It's not
down
a public
here.
sidewalk. It's
Right.
part of
No, it is a public sidewalk.
Yeah, and it's also the entrance into the police
It's
station.
not a sidewalk, it's a public walkway,
Are you talking about the sidewalk or the entry walkway into the building?
entry
The
walkway.
entry walkway into the building.
Right.
Yeah, it's misleading. When you say sidewalk in front of the police station, I think about the sidewalk
Along
along.
Oh, okay,
Along Route 3, and that's what's confusing, so.
I
We
understand.
should still fix it, but
It's the walkway to the front entrance is what they're talking about.
What I just handed you were the estimates we had last year for the town clerk tax collector window, and also the upstairs office meeting room. I was talking with Catherine Dawson a while ago, and I think that just temporary enclosing Heather isn't going to solve our problems. And I think we should go ahead and, because we need meeting space, we need a meeting room, a confidential meeting room that won't interfere with other offices. And Heather needs confidential meeting space. So, and then the healthcare office, that really should be, that was just doing the ingress and egress, that additional 2,800. So I think I might have double budgeted here,
Ingress, egress where?
right here, so that we could make a health.
Okay, I understand the stepping.
So I think
Is that part of the office meeting room?
No, I'm just saying that, because I found this that Catherine had given me of the additional estimate, so I had over
Oh, I see,
budgeted.
ingress, egress.
The first one, the January 3rd, 2013,
I have 15,300,
that included that,
included the egress, so you
Yeah.
can scratch that
was
2,800.
15,300.
So we can,
And that was to have a second means of ingress, basically it was egress out of that office there for her in case.
so we can take this one out that's
The
underneath there,
2,800,
where it says
Which one,
healthcare. Healthcare office, we can take out because it's already included in the upstairs office meeting room.
correct.
And the school sidewalk will go to
Highway.
But you're going to want them to update this estimate. It's a year old.
This one from Rod Pearl, definitely.
Yeah. Funny, I just saw him yesterday.
Carpeting, employee kitchen sink.
Okay, the carpeting is a request, again, from the town employees, how we really would like to have our carpeting replaced. Last year, we got 3 estimates, or had 3 companies come in and measure. 2 of the companies said that they declined from submitting a bid, and what they gave as a reason is because it is a tremendous job because of all the safes and everything that have to be moved. And also, since we're a public building, they would have to schedule their crews to work on the evenings and weekends, and their firms just weren't sized large enough to take on a project like this. But we did get an estimate from Home Beautiful, which did the project 15, 20 years ago, that we got last fall, and the most inexpensive was just going with VCT tile was $13,500, and the most expensive was $19,235. But that included redoing the ceramic tile. We're fine with the ceramic tile that we have, if we could just replace the carpeting.
Do you really want to replace the carpeting? Is that the consensus, rather than going into something that can be easily washed, given the circumstances that...
I mean, to change to a VCT?
Yep.
It's going to be a lot noisier with everybody walking around.
Well, the entryway and halls, we thought we would change to VCT, but the rest would be carpeting.
So the offices would be carpeting?
Yeah, I'd have to get new estimates, because these are 2012 prices, and what they quoted on was 220 yards of carpeting of the office areas, and the difference was going with ceramic tile, fire retardant VCT, or regular VCT in all of the entryways and the halls, the 2 entryways and the halls.
I would get estimates from commercial companies that deal with commercial buildings, so, I'd go to Concord looking for estimates to get the best price.
So for these purposes, I just put in what the high one was, which was 19,000. And then the employee kitchen sink, that was a request from an employee that, since we have to rinse things out now for recycling, that we really should have an employee sink instead of using the bathroom sink.
Where would we put it?
Yeah, where's it gonna be?
Well, if we moved the welfare office up here, we could have the welfare office back, so that was the suggestion.
Put a sink in that little room?
All I can do is bring these forward.
Well, that's something to ponder.
The one I haven't brought forward was, it came up again, of closing off that meeting space downstairs. But I don't think the selectmen want to do that. If we're going to enclose any meeting space, it would be up here.
I don't know.
Well, I think part of the problem that we're doing anything with that meeting space downstairs is we already have multiple nights where we have 2 different groups meeting. And if we go closing it off and it's not accessible, then how do we schedule all the meetings that we have every week?
Right.
I mean, that to me would seem like a big problem.
I agree.
Why wouldn't it be accessible just because it was closed? That just means it would have
It
a
would
wall
be
and a door.
smaller.
Yeah,
We're
what?
making it smaller.
We'd be making it smaller.
Right. You had larger, if you look at some of the crowds that planning board has, that you wouldn't be able to go out in the hallway.
Particularly, well, no, you wouldn't be able to spill into the hallway.
Right.
That's
Right.
true, and I've seen it. So, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's standing room only.
Right.
But I mean, it's enough now. I mean, look at what we lost just for the lift.
Exactly.
But we make it work, and there's times when it's not enough. We've got to come up here.
Right.
But there's still a lot of groups. I mean, you figure conservation, parks, I mean, a lot of people meet down there.
Yep.
Zoning.
Fire commissioners,
yeah.
budget.
Recycle?
And so does the recycling committee.
Yes,
I
recycle.
never had a problem with overflow into the hall.
But it's just the idea that we need that second meeting room.
Oh, I know.
What are you trying to say?
I'm just saying people don't show up.
It's because you meet during the day when everybody's working. I've gotten that complaint before.
There is that, and that's a function of, that's the only time that Marge, who is the
Exactly.
chairman, is available. So we meet around her schedule.
Yep, and that's the way of it. Plenty
All
of
right,
people
so
don't
I-
understand that.
I would work on the sidewalk and work on getting a new estimate for the flooring
And the meeting room.
and the meeting room. And do we have an
How long-
estimate, do we have an actual estimate on the kitchen sink or no?
No, I just put that in there, because I don't know how much plumbing would be involved. I mean, the actual sink itself would be that expensive,
run
it's
some
the
pecs.
plumbing.
Well, I gotta tell you, I moved my sink 10 feet, and it went copper 5, not even 5 feet, pecs down the wall, and mine was almost $1,600.
Wow.
I'm saying, is there a reason that we can't take that sink that's in the...
Didn't cost that to put in the 3-bay sink at the senior center, did it?
We could do that.
But it
The
almost did
plumbing's already
with
there, that's what I'm
the
thinking about.
sewer.
Something that just had where you could set something down.
Right.
Well, if they're gonna, but then they'd be, if we
Should've been a
move the
plumber out.
break room back to where it was, then they're gonna walk all the way from there to wash stuff out.
I think you'll find that if we're having cake and stuff for birthdays, we're still going to use the meeting room.
Oh, I think so too, but I think the everyday,
And then you walk down to the,
everyday,
you walk down to the welfare office, existing welfare office to wash things out.
I mean, the question is, do we really need one?
Right, and I like Sandy's idea, if we did
Yeah.
need to have a better sink
Put a deeper sink in the bathroom.
In the bigger bathroom.
and the bigger bathroom without impacting the
Right.
handicapped accessibility.
Right.
Right.
There's no place to set anything down.
You could
I have
get
to tell you right now, from experience, the way it is right now is difficult to get someone in there in a wheelchair when someone else has to maneuver it for them.
Well, could
What
we
if we
remove that
vanity?
that
The second
vanity?
vanity,
Yeah.
Because that we don't use.
A deeper sink doesn't mean a bigger sink at all. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean less
Right.
space. It just means
deeper.
I
deeper down.
suggest before we do anything, put somebody in a wheelchair and go in there. Because most of my trouble with Mark is the space between the sink and the stool.
Right. That is tight.
Because I had to be there.
That would be an issue. You could move the sink over a little bit.
Yeah, it could go over, or it could go on this.
If we're changing the sink, you could move it. No, you couldn't, because that would be less space in between the, yeah, you couldn't do it.
Is that
Well, I
vanity
mean, I'd just say
necessary
get a
for
wheelchair.
anything? Except for storage of backup TP or whatever's in there?
However, you could put it on the opposite
I
wall.
think there's
Yeah.
some stuff for the...
You could put it
floor
on the
cleaner in
opposite
there,
wall.
You know.
But I would just,
But we could
I'm
put
just
that
saying, get a
somewhere else.
wheelchair,
What on the opposite
put
wall?
somebody in it,
The
and
sink.
then,
Instead of
Check your
having the sink
maneuverability.
this way,
Put it on
have
the
it this way.
Right.
but I
and
still
that way,
question if we need it, we have
wheelchair,
two sinks.
you wheelchair, and then they go there, that way, and then come out.
Yep.
Could happen, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we've been rinsing off the cake knife and
Yeah.
for
I know.
years, so.
I just, an
I
employee
still-
requested
I
this,
know,
and I'm
just
bringing it forward.
questioning, do we really need it?
yeah.
All right.
Without it.
Yeah, but you've also brought up a good point, though. If we're not handicap accessible in a bathroom, we should make it accommodating to a handicap. It's a municipal building, and it should accommodate handicap. And we should follow up on at least that, if nothing else.
Will removing the vanity create enough space in there to allow for the use
No.
of the chair, Kevin?
Not if you have somebody that has to assist the person in the chair. If somebody was going in there with a wheelchair by themselves, it would be fine. But if you have somebody that has to assist the person, well, you can't do anything from behind the chair. You have to be beside the chair.
Yeah.
And then you have to get the chair out of the way, and
And the sink is in the way, not the vanity?
it's the sink, that space.
What if we put the sink where the vanity is now?
I don't know, like I said, just get a wheelchair and go in there.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't think it's necessary.
Right.
I don't think that's a gotta have. Would
I
it
know
be
we'd
great?
rather have
It
carpeting.
would be great. But do we need it? You know, maybe if it was 10 years ago when things were quite prosperous and people weren't struggling, I'd go, well, that's a perk.
Do we have to comply
With this, that's,
with
a-
handicap?
we have to comply with the handicap accessibility.
Well, if it's not handicap accessible,
It is handicap
It
accessible.
is.
It is.
It's just tight in there.
It's just tight. Right now, it's doable. All I'm saying is if you enlarge that, it's going to make it very
Why
difficult.
can't we move the sink over?
Towards the wall.
Towards the
Not
wall.
toilet. Give you a little bit more room there.
Like that? Yeah, maybe.
That.
I don't know.
Hey, 3-4 inches.
But again, you're talking just, if you don't change the space between the sink and the toilet, it is doable.
Yeah,
If you don't alter that, it's doable.
yeah.
okay,
Okay.
all right. Moving right along here.
Okay, the planning board, where it says waiting for PB approval, that was all approved.
Okay,
Conservation Commission, I sent them all the information. Unfortunately, I sent it to them after their meeting. They had already met. So I asked if they could schedule another meeting. And one of the things that I had suggested to Chuck, because there are a number of issues that the Conservation Commission has, not issues, plans that they want to do with the property. And I said, rather than having me relay this information to the board, it really should be the Conservation Commission and their members relaying, because they have some requests for the Highway Department to help them with moving some boulders and things like that. And I said, well, that really needs to go before the board. So I had asked him to contact you. Did Chuck call you to see about scheduling a time?
nope.
All right. On Health and Human Services, on the health officer, I checked with Tim, and he said there was no change to that, Catherine? Leave that at 500?
No, I mean, that's probably, if you look, it's probably not a bad price. You know, 1 year it's gone up. It depends on what happens.
Right.
You can't project.
What about your cease and desists and things like that? Do you have any of those, or your
I have one that's
mailings and?
just, I mean, there's always one usually there's typically always one hanging out there, but very seldom do they not finally comply. It's more the testing, the water samples. There'd be a lot more expended from this if the brook hadn't run dry in Quinn's.
Okay.
And on Chat, I spoke with Pat, and she said just to leave that amount in there, keep the line item
Well,
open.
it was our promise to the taxpayers that we wouldn't go back and ask them for more. And so far, we've held to that word. And if there's an emergency and we have to, but so far, we've been lucky with what we have. We had put that in for printing or something prior to that. Brochures,
Welfare, you've already reviewed her budget.
yeah.
But is her salary, isn't that her salary?
Yeah.
These are the current wages.
Well, the administrative expense,
Yeah, that's her salary, and I think there's an error there.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Unless we,
Did you reduce her down?
we're really angry at her.
Oh, no, that's, no, this is, these forms came from Tim. Needs,
You want less money this year?
needs,
Probably because of that line, it's also her backup.
no, it's
no, it's.
less than a
it's-
half.
Their salary line.
It's a duplicate of the health officer's salary.
I was going to say, I don't remember us talking about reducing her
I'm like,
salary
wow.
that much.
Yeah, that must be there. All the salaries.
We punished her for saving us money.
I'm sure it's not any less than 12.
I didn't change anything.
No,
I just, the things that were highlighted, I put my numbers in.
So it's,
Okay, so he'll correct that.
so it should go back to the 34?
No, it would be a different amount.
Okay,
Oh, I might have it. Might have it right here, hold on.
So we're actually, no, we're not, because you're going to change that figure. I was going to say
Yeah,
we're
it's
saving
gotta-
9,000, and we're not.
It's got to include the
It's going to be level
merit.
funded, okay.
yeah.
All right. And what's, so what is parks, what's recycling?
That's $1,000 is what our request is going to be. We just
1,000.
had the meeting the other day, so. And the only reason is that we have there'd be the expenses of the yard sale, and we're going to do it a little bit differently this year, and trying to teach people about how to best go about recycling and rethinking their purchases, with an eye toward that and what have you. But there is an outside chance that come March, we have a different kind of recycling program. There is.
I know.
And we have to take that into account, and the recycling committee might be, you know what I mean? They might be much more active trying to do can drives, or, I don't know. But we know we don't need $1,500, certainly. And I'm surprised that only $595 is taken out of that line this year, because I would have assumed that the letters and postcards that we sent out would have been removed from that line. That was my understanding, that we were going to use that money for that, as part of that.
Who sent them
But it
out?
doesn't seem as though it's happened, because what it costs for postcards, $700 or so?
Who sent them out?
Choice.
So it
Oh,
came
I
from
just
the
don't know
selectmen.
if they've been charged, based upon when these amounts were called over into this spreadsheet was probably 9/19, it probably hadn't been expensed yet.
Okay.
Because the
So,
postage
that was my
meter went
understanding, that
through
it was going to
the-
be charged to the recycling line, because it was a recycling expense.
But if the
Right.
selectmen asked for that to be done, and not the recycling committee, then the proper way would have been for it to come out of this, our monies. It's all our monies, but not specifically yours. If the recycling committee wanted to cover that expense through the monies allocated for their program, then they would have to give notification.
And they did, it's just that we don't allocate the postage from the postage meter until the end of the month, and also
We all
when I
understood
went to
that
the
it was part of
Staples,
our...
I used the
No,
Visa
it should be done
Staples
in
card,
writing.
and when I went to the
Okay.
post office, I used the
Next
Visa
time we
card.
meet. I've got, because we were going to send, we originally had wanted to send the postcard, we were going to send a postcard from the recycling committee. But after discussion, it was decided that the selectmen were going to ramrod that, and it should come from the town fathers and mothers, such as it is. And, but we were all about spending that money on that, for that purpose.
Right.
So
It just
I'll get it for you in writing, or get Marge to
hasn't
write
been
you something.
expensed.
All right,
Send
parks,
you the minutes of that meeting.
what do you have for parks?
Parks I just got today, so I didn't know, Catherine, did you want me to go ahead and make copies of this?
Sure.
And present it to the board?
Yep. There are some things, while she's making the copies, because it's not the end of the year, that we don't have an exact figure for, but it's pretty close. Like, they're going to rebid the landscaping, and, because that's 2 years out, and the price we have this year, the contractor held to the 2012 price.
Yep.
So, and there's some programming and stuff they're going to do, but
Yep.
like I said, the bottom line may change a little bit. I don't think it'll increase, it might decrease. But we'll have to see.
Can we jump back up here a little bit to line 920, welfare general assistance? Every year, we budget the same amount, and in none of those years did we come close to expending that amount. Why are we raising that amount again? I mean, just because maybe...
It's an unpredictable thing, Joe.
Yeah.
Because
The
one
trend
year,
is that we don't, even if you did 3/4 of that in a busy year, we'd still have money.
well, If you look at what we have up in Lockmere Meadows, we now have, what, 2 or 3 new buildings this year? Low-income housing.
That would be reflected on here in
Not yet,
Money's Hour.
no, they're not even in yet.
They haven't been occupied
They
yet.
haven't been
Ah, they're not
occupied.
occupied.
Right,
Do they have occupancy permits?
that hasn't been
They're
reflected.
taking
I
applications.
hate to raise money that we can't demonstrate we need
I know,
on a
but-
maybe.
But even so, her trend, what she's seeing so far is
They are
more people are
occupied.
starting to come in.
And I just understand they are occupied.
For about a month.
And now, with the new law coming up, that if you receive state aid, that you're still able to become eligible for town aid as
I
well,
can't believe they did that.
then they're
Why, did they
making,
decrease the state aid in order to dump more of it on us?
right. And that starts
Excellent for them.
January 2014, so,
Right.
you know, what we don't want to do is suddenly become 10,000 overexpended and try to figure out where $10,000 is going to come. I totally agree with where you're coming from. It would be nice to knock $10,000 out of here, or 20. But suddenly, next year, October, November, we're looking for funds at Christmas time, and when people are out of oil and, you know, they can't pay their rent and things like that. What do we then do? We can't
Right.
find the money, and we've ran such a tight budget.
Thank you. I have 2.
Murphy's Law,
And that is a unpredictable.
Oh,
what shouldn't happen, will happen.
How much money is there in the general fund? General fund, come on, tell me the name of it, Captain. Unreserved
The
fund
reserve.
balance.
oh, the reserve fund? Well, that's what
I
our,
don't want an explanation, I want a number.
there isn't a number, because you have to remember the reserve fund is made up of assets, like these tables and chairs and equipment.
Right.
Cash on
So,
hand,
Cash on hand, I don't know.
It's
So
tight.
ask Tim when he comes back.
$500,000?
It's tight.
Is it tight?
Tim has already said, don't plan on having any carryover.
Encumbered.
I don't want to do carryover. If we have a huge surplus in excess of what we reasonably need, I want to give it back to the taxpayer.
Well, I'm just saying, it's tight.
That's why I wanted to know what the number was.
Well, he'll be up soon.
If it looks tight, I'll just shut my mouth, but
Okay. Well, he'll be up if he's next.
okey dokey.
Okay.
All right. So $40,156.
That's correct.
That's total, all of it, right? All 3 lines?
Well, I just looked at the back page and picked up the 40,156.
Okay.
Now, did you want the Parks Commission and Conservation Commission to come in and meet with the board to go over their budgets, or will you be doing that jointly with the Budget Committee?
I assume we'll be doing
We'll
it
do it jointly.
with the
Okay.
Budget Committee.
All right. Moving right along. All Memorial.
Before we do that, if we go down to Park Maintenance Island, I put in 2,000. We haven't spent 2,000.
Right.
Are we still going to work with,
Yep.
Northfield?
As far as
next
Dennis is concerned, it's worked fine, but you do know Bob is
year? Bob's
leaving.
leaving, right,
So we should
right.
find out from Northfield if they want to continue it. I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't.
The function of Bob's goodwill, he was directed to be there, right?
Yep.
Right. Yep,
So you want to leave it 2,000?
I would leave it.
Okay. We don't have any of the outside agencies yet because their deadline hasn't come. On Culture Senior Center, I spoke with Pat, and what we'll need to put in that line item is just the actual building maintenance expenses.
What would be if we weren't using the
Right.
right
And
building?
I'm waiting for the September report before I can put,
that's not a lot.
Parks budget. And I think,
As if we were not using the building?
no.
As if we were not using the building, it would be the cost of, this is what we've done
This
since,
is no heat, no electricity, no water, no sewer.
No, you would have to have heat because you have water, so you have to have the heat.
No, we usually shut off the water and drain the system if we're not using it. That's why I get
And well, no, it's a functioning building, even
Right.
if the senior center wasn't in there.
And
So the
before the
expenses-
senior center was there,
No.
the heat was off, the water was drained, and the only thing we had there was electricity and a phone line for the security.
Right.
So that's why I said,
In Terminex.
no, we didn't have Terminex there.
Terminex came after you started.
That's why it was so prevalent. Should we have had Terminex there? Probably.
Judging on the nests we found, yes.
All right, Joe was speaking. Joe was speaking, go ahead.
Before we get too involved in that conversation, something about the parks budget I don't see is the Peninsula Park or Ernie's. Now, does that, whatever the name of it is, I don't know if it's been changed.
I don't think that's been turned over.
Are those going to be maintained through Conservation Commission funds? If so, is that included in the Conservation Commission's budget? There are definitely, no matter who does it, there's definitely some kind of expense associated with the maintenance of those parks, and who pays for it?
Well, it'll come out of the selectmen's budget, but you're right.
Because-
Right now, the selectmen's budget doesn't show it in either the parks or the
None of them do.
conservation.
To show it.
But the
Hasn't been
Conservation Commission has the preview because it's conservation area to either say, yes, we want the Parks Department to take care of it, or they'll maintain it. They've talked
Right.
about keeping, I'm sorry, Chuck, Martin Meadows as a naturalized area with just a path going through it, so there'd be very little maintenance. The other area, they may have actually lawn that needs to be mowed. So would they have the Parks Commissioner do it? Would they have the Public Works do it? I don't know.
They need
It's
to
something that
decide
they
it being
need to
budget
decide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, for the Ernie's piece, there wouldn't be any expense because the grant, through 2014, it's still an active cleanup site. It won't be released until June of 2015.
So we're not going to be able to do anything but let it grow up into an overgrown mess?
No, they're going to be removing dirt, removing more
Not
dirt.
from the whole site, though, just
No.
from the impacted site.
Right, but it's not ready to be redeveloped yet.
But
That
we
won't happen until
they still- we
2014.
That part is okay, and the other part,
Wait, when are we going to get lawn on this?
On this, in 15.
I thought it was 14. we were
Well,
supposed-
Well, it
unless
was,
they
but we're
finish.
doing if we could have it done sooner, but we're dealing with the petroleum fund now and having soil removed.
So that pushes it out to 15?
No, our grant is over June of 2015.
It depends on how many of these entities get going, get her done, and get out of there. But like Joyce said.
okay, so.
It's still an
Earthbound
active
Park
cleanup
certainly was an
site.
example of,
It might be till
A long
2015. All right.
And then
Ernie's Park is undecided yet and wouldn't be an expense to us for maintenance until the next fiscal year.
We
No,
don't
they'll-
want to get caught if it's done in August the next
Trust me,
year.
it won't be.
Asking a question, that was not a statement, that was a question.
there will be.
There will be maintenance costs associated, potentially.
I don't believe maintenance costs that the town would have to pay.
All right,
In
that's the
2014.
Ernie's piece.
There will be-
What about Martin Meadows,
Okay,
Peninsula
That you
Park?
have to speak to the Conservation Commission. This is why I've encouraged Chuck to come in and speak with
All
the
right.
selectmen, because they have ideas of what they want done.
Can somebody write this down so that we can go forward, because it's time is of the essence here, and right now, we need to get an answer from Chuck where we're going to go with
Maintenance.
Martin Meadows.
It's
sorry,
salmon,
Chuck.
it's Salmon Mill Conservation Area.
Salmon Mill
I
Conservation
didn't
Area?
make that up,
It's not a
Chuck.
park.
Up, Chuck, get
We
it?
need to know where we're going with that, because it's budget season, and we have to have the information by October 1st.
I never get sick of that joke.
Oh, fish place.
Whatever Meadows it is, whatever.
Peninsula
mill
Park.
property,
I mean,
Peninsula
they may
Park.
choose for now to take care of themselves like they have been.
Right, or the highway, whatever. But if
It's
the
like somebody
highway,
was
if
mowing
the
it.
highway's expected to take care of it, we need to put money in the highway budget to do it.
Yeah, he should know that he's
He
going to have
has
some
to know
man-hours.
ahead of time to do that.
Right,
We've already given him a sidewalk,
Can I inject 1 second?
yep.
inject anything.
Catherine's over there taking minutes. and you've got 6 people around this table going, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. So she's not gonna be able to go, do-do-do in their mind, one at a time.
She is good, though. She's really good. I
I
swear
know
she's
she's
getting...
good, but.
That's
when
why
6
we
people
pay
are
her the big
talking-
bucks.
I swear
Right,
she's-
Captain?
She is ESP, I know she does.
And she has a tape. I've heard her play it 7 and 8 times.
So, well, we're done with admin for now, except for one question. Memorial Day, we budget 200 every year. Can we reduce that to 150?
Why?
Well, that's for the wreaths that we place on the Veterans Monument, is it not? Mm-hmm. We place a wreath there, and the Legion also places a wreath there. Maybe we should communicate with them? And maybe,
You say 150?
or did they give up putting a wreath there? Because
No,
I
they
know
have not
I
given
think
up
they
putting
gave
a
up
wreath there, but
flags.
we should be doing something more as a town on Memorial Day to,
I've always thought we should have a parade.
we should always do something in our towns to support our troops and veterans all the time. And Memorial Day is a perfect day to do that, and remembering our fallen. And it really angers me that people use that as a venue to put yard sale signs on. So I would much rather have 2 wreaths there than to have 5 or 6 yard sale signs on any given Saturday afternoon, morning that I have to take up and put away. I come by and I see a yard sale sign there, I bring it right up to the yard sale.
Oh, I just throw them away.
Well, I go up there, and shame on you for desecrating the very
200 for now.
people
we
that have
always-
given you the
That's the
freedom
admin
to have a yard sale.
But we've had people through the years basically shame us that we do nothing for Memorial Day.
Yes, and
The
I
Legion does, they come down,
and I think it's
Very
shameful, so I think we
prestigious.
should put more money in the budget for Memorial Day instead of taking out money, so that we are allowed to do something more for the memory of our troops.
I wasn't thinking we should take out money, I was thinking that we shouldn't be spending money for wreaths, that we should communicate with them and have some sort of coordinated celebration.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah. That's what I
Couldn't
think.
agree with you more. So the answer is no, don't take that out. Do you understand?
Well, what does everybody else think?
No.
I'm a veteran. 200. I'm all about veterans.
Never take it out.
Don't take it out.
I like to have a parade.
The 3 of us say don't take it out.
But I'm sure that the next Board of Selectmen can organize the parade and everything else that goes with it.
Okay?
It's too
Well,
early.
that's going to be this board because town meeting's in March and May comes real quick after that. I can tell you that the Park Commission has been working on the Christmas parade since
Well,
January.
let's wait until we get to Valentine's Day anyway.
It'd be too late.
Yep.
Christmas? We don't have to discuss it today, I think is my only real point.
I'll give you that.
We can discuss it next week.
Everbridge. Oh, thank you.
I might need the lights on.
Yay, we got the order.
You want some lights on, Tim?
No, that's all right.
I'm going to turn them on anyway.
But as it gets darker, I might.
All right.
Okay,
That stupid look.
so,
Chance in hell.
so the, what I have for you is both a draft of the finance and IT budgets, and the IT budget is a much higher level than the finance. I'll, if I may, go through the finance budget first. The salary information and budget committee comes directly from what we're currently paying. The budget committee expenses, those are to be determined. It depends on whether they have to advertise usually, and they've spent very little this current year. The town audit will be the same as in prior years. We have to set aside monies for our actuarial work, so that's not just one company, that's for 2 things. As I mentioned, the finance director, treasurer, deputy treasurer, that's all based on existing salary information. Technology expenses in there just for prior comparison. supplies, postage, printing, training and dues, and then, of course, late fees. Now, I'm all for keeping late fees in there if you want to, but, I mean, we manage to ensure that there is never a late fee, but if we want to print the extra line, it's fine. I have a 0 in there currently, so that it wouldn't be showing on future reports.
Excuse me, Tim?
Yes.
I don't seem to have that report that you're looking at.
I just handed it to you.
And yet, that's what I'm saying. I've got the financial report, the Everbridge information, I've got the check registered, Avatar, and stop looking, I found it.
All right.
It's a good thing my head is actually attached to my neck. Too much junk. More candy. Okay, sorry.
No problem. So in any event, the largest items here in the finance budget are the debt, principal, and interest. And if you go to the second page, granted, it's a little small print, but you'll see our debt schedule. And on the first line is our current year, the second line is 2014. And across the top, you can see the different bonds or notes that we have, and you can see when they also mature on here. The one exception to this is in the police building bond. That is our amortization schedule, and yet, as you know, we're anticipating to pay that off at the time we receive our balloon payment. So that particular debt wouldn't necessarily go to maturity, but that would be something that would have to be looked at the, in 2018.
What is Police Building Bond? Business Park?
Yes.
We've changed its name?
No, it's always been that.
It's always been that?
Yep.
Interesting.
So over on the right-hand side, you see the principal balance end of year. The principal and interest columns to the left of there are what make up the budget for finance for principal and interest. Now, based on amortization schedules, it's never exact because a bank or note won't necessarily give you, and they will always say estimate on their schedules. So that's why this year, there was one that was like 100.17% or something like that, once it was all paid. So, in any event, that's those. The debt interest on the TAN. So far, we've been able to, again, borrow less than we've borrowed in prior years, although we are at the same amount this year as last year. But we haven't had to borrow more, and I'm trying to determine right now if we're going to be able to see that through to our tax bill. And right now, it looks promising, but it's going to be very close. But that is the TAN interest. So any questions on the finance portion of the budget? All right, then the IT portion. So I've got a bunch of backup information here, but essentially the salary information is something I really wrestled with because this is an extension of what I'm being paid weekly, and it really depends on projects. If we're going to venture into some projects that I've budgeted for, it's going to require a great deal of work. If we're just in maintenance mode and just preserving what we have and, doing less than what we're doing now, simplifying things, getting rid of servers, that sort of thing, I could see an adjustment to that. The hardware this last year, of course, I know you're all aware of the components of that. It was primarily server and then cruiser equipment. The software is made up of Avatar software, accounting software, the software we use at the PD for all their applications. Services are a combination of things, which I'll go through because that's where most of the changes are in services and software here. Communications and then supplies. We've been very fortunate in that we've been able to really manage the supply line pretty well. when we can find good prices on toner, we're buying, more than one. Anytime there's a system replacement as well, we're buying it when there's discounts involved. So if you go to page 1, which says Draft Technology Replacement Plan at the top, it kind of looks, it's almost as bad as the debt schedule, let me put it that way. So you have by location on the left, and then high-level type next to it, and then a description of what it is. You'll see where I haven't completed all the cost basis of, there's some columns here that you don't see as the make, model, when we received it, things like that. But the costs are there for the ones I've put in so far. And then in 2013, you see what components are in there, some of which we've purchased but not yet paid for, some of which we have but have yet to install. And then where you see a 1, that represents where there's been a replacement system that's been repurposed from somewhere else. So where we've replaced a system that wasn't adequate for someone, and that system was adequate for some other purpose, that's why you see a 1 there. So if you look out to 2014, you can see where those plans are for additional systems, workstations. The big items there are the server in the PD to replace the IBM terminal server, and software, and that.
The vehicle system is the 2 new cruisers, if they are a new cruiser, or is it ones that we need right now?
No, that is for 1 new cruiser. That is for 1 new cruiser. Correct. And I had a discussion with the chief. We bought 7 in-car systems, and we bought 6 laptops. So it would be really nice to be able to have a hot spare laptop, which we don't have. And right now, we have a laptop that's going back for warranty repair. So we're really down 2, although the 7th in-car system is not installed, and that has its own. There was one that was warranted, and so we used the 7th as a replacement until we get the replacement, I should say. So on some of these really mission-critical things, it's nice to have that ability to take one and swap it in. And what I've had to do is, with existing in-car systems, I've had to literally take out the data from one, put it into a functioning system in another, and then reconfigure them so it works with its new data, and then get it running. So that's what I've had to do so far. It's not really ideal because you could run into some problems, but so far so good. But we are short. There are other aspects of the video that we're going to have to expand storage for. That I've already expanded it once this year, and it's going to need to be done again. And the chief and I have to do some testing in terms of their procedures in the cars when they start a shift. So there's some issues that have to be worked out there. But in general, this is a myriad of replacement systems, and then the large item being the terminal server at the PD. The next page has the software and services. So in software, there's software for that terminal server. There's the software for the PD. There's window upgrades. Now, I was able to get 5 for $400 by buying them on a special, but I had to wait, and when I found it, I bought 5,
That's a great deal.
at $80 a piece. So I'm hoping, I could take advantage of something like that, but barring that, I put more retail price in. Trend Micro is what I will probably look to replace at the PD, but that's what we're currently using at the PD for security. Avatar for tax clerk assessing and MuniSmart accounting. Those, I think, are all self-explanatory. And then we have 2 two other items here that are new. One is an enforcement case management solution, and one is a reverse 911 solution. Now, I'll wait till Joe gets back, but we have an opportunity to be able to license the Everbridge reverse 911 solution this year and save about $2,400 by doing so. So let me first talk a little bit about the case management and enforcement. What this is a web-based system, and whether or not it happens to be this particular one or one of its competitors, it takes and wraps around all of our assessing data, so parcel, map lot, the whole address, everything, and works in all sorts of information as to inspections, form letters that you can auto-generate along with scheduled re-inspection dates, fines. You can include planning board, plans, permits, approvals, all that sort of thing builds an entire case. And anyone, so Joyce could log into this web-based system and see that, oh, Catherine's got 2 outstanding violations that she's working on, or that to go into a particular piece of property, you could see that, oh, there was a building permit, but there was also a code violation after that, and that's where it currently stands. Or you can see any history. You can attach pictures to it of the violations. So it builds an entire thing that's accessible just really at the click of a button, whereas now, to kind of get that same information, you have to go to multiple either people or places and to collect it. And I think as we're looking at expanding the inspection sphere, shall we say, to landlord-tenant properties and possibly to food service locations, that we're going to have a more automated method of not only tracking, but ensuring that we're following a consistent process. And I'm not saying that we're not now, but this kind of allows you to set up your process of what you go through, and then you can just kind of work through it, or you can skip something, but you note it. So it kind of provides both a workflow and a case history all at the same time. And I haven't had the opportunity to show Catherine and Al yet this particular system, but I was very impressed with both the simplicity and also just the sheer amount of information that they could be able to build. And I think it might even help us in terms of not only coordination, consolidation of information, and then communication, so that other people of the board or Joyce or Catherine would be able to see what's going on more with some of the properties. So that's one of the new things that I think would be a help. The other is this Everbridge product, which Pat and Al have seen in action, and I have a sheet, a little package for you, which I don't think I kept one for myself, or did I? Yes, I did. Everbridge is the type of product that will allow any department, and I've talked to Catherine about this as well, allow any department, but usually often used in public safety, to be able to broadcast out to either a geographic area or to a specific defined set of people that you have set up, and either let them know that there's a problem, or alert them to a road closure, a robbery, a water main break, whatever it might be, by either text, by voicemail, or by phone call, by text, by email. It will allow a myriad of contacts, and it will keep trying to contact for as many times as you tell it to. It can even do polling to say that if, let's say there's an ice storm in a particular area, and you're trying to determine if people need help, if it's going to their cell phones, it could literally provide a message that says, do you need assistance? This is the town of Tilton. Do you need assistance in getting out of your home? Or are you safe? Are you in a secure location or in a safe place? And, press 1 if you're okay, press 2 if you need assistance. And then it captures that information by either cell phone or however the person was contacted. And it can be used through the senior center for wellness checks to a defined list of people that it could call out to, or for the chief, if he chose that he needed to draw a circle around a particular neighborhood or community area in town to alert them to something. Maybe there's been a number of break-ins or into cars or something like that, that it would be a very quick way to alert people. And this technology, I have it in the budget here at $6,000, but it's, and now I've been through, let me think, I think 3 demos now of this, and I'm firmly convinced that this is not only a very quality company, but also a very good product. We have an opportunity, if we're able to take advantage of it, where we could license it this year for $3,500, and I got them to extend that through 2014, so that we could start it in October, have the time to build the database of contacts, and then take that through 2014. One of the things this allows as well is it allows for people to be able to actually set up their own profile on the town's website. So, Catherine, for instance, you could have your own login, and you could say, I want to be notified of all public safety events, any senior center events. I want to know if there's any information on water main breaks, but I don't want to know about, these other things. So we could set up the categories. We get to choose what people can either opt in for or opt out of, and then they provide how they would best like to be contacted. So if they only want to be contacted by landline telephone, then that's what they would put in there, and that's how they would be contacted. If they have, first call me by my cell phone, then my landline, so on and so forth, and then finally send me an email, that can be done too. So it's up to the person to kind of decide how they want to be contacted and what they want to be contacted about. Yes?
Who updates and maintains the system? What's the cost of that, the time?
Well, that is somewhat of an unknown. There's about a week to 2 weeks worth of training during the implementation phase, but it's software as a service, so there is no actual software that we would maintain. And as far as having a
Water main
portable...
broke. How do I get that information to Catherine over at her house?
Exactly. Given that there's a portal, we would have to advertise and let people know that, hey, you can now go in, sign up, put your information in, and let us know how you want to be contacted, and, and we will do that.
And it goes out.
Yeah, but how does the system know that the water main broke?
Because...
Or who to call.
Thank you.
Somebody
Yeah,
has
so
to put it in,
exactly.
and then-
Somebody's going to have to
so
deal
there
with
are-
this. What's the expense to that? That's what I want to know.
It's all part of the
That's
contract.
internal. The physical notification portion is how we would set up an internal process. So if that were public safety, it'd probably be the chief or Dennis. They either...
Or a health officer issue, it would be,
Catherine
either
or
I
senior
would-
center would be, you got no time for that.
To initiate? Well,
well-
these are, many of these are templates that are set up. The public safety ones can even be done on an iPhone or
Right.
an Android phone.
I
So
like
there's
the
an app for it.
concept. I'm just a little leery about what it costs us to maintain it.
The real cost of maintaining it is not using it, to be honest with you. There's a certain amount of public information we can upload into it, and that they have access to that we'll upload. But beyond that, it really is a matter of getting people to go to the portal and put your information in if you want to be contacted, if you want to know about things. And I think where we'll see this used the most is probably public safety, and also in certain
Snow
types
events.
of snow events. that type of thing. So it's hard to know how many of these will happen. The chief very firmly believes that this is something that his department really needs. It can also be used to communicate internally, so that if the board says, we're calling all the town employees in this weekend because there's a problem somewhere, you could send out a notification. It could go out to all town employees. He could use it just to all his staff, to send out a notification to every officer, and not have to worry about, well, gee, did they get my email? Did they respond? Do I know that they got this? Because this is a foolproof method in that sense. So
When the Shop Express was robbed the last time by gunpoint, the gunman left by foot and into the woods. So we could have notified via the neighborhood, that specific geographical area, by this system to, stay in your house, there's somebody, whatever. And people were coming to the senior center and the chiropractic center via that geographical area. We could have said road closed in that instance, but we couldn't communicate back and forth, and there's a gunman loose.
But that type of immediate communication through this system assumes that everybody's out there carrying technology in their pocket or has their computer on, or, do you know what I mean?
It
Because there has
depends
to
on how
be,
they set up
there
that
has to be
they
a
want it.
sounding device.
or at home.
Or at home,
Or they're
correct.
at home, yeah.
Could be their home phone.
Right.
Okay, I'm out in the yard.
Well, then you're
I mean,
just
do you know what I mean?
SOL,
Right.
Jerry.
It's not 100%.
No,
I mean,
it's not.
It's got to have a percentage of
No, but
contact.
It does
and
go
it-
through it. It doesn't stop at one call. It
That's
will
right.
go through a couple of phone calls.
that's
do
right.
understand that.
And it'll provide you a report
And I
even
do
as to
understand, I get
contact.
to pick the communication, and I'm sure they don't have smoke signals. But to expound upon Joe's question, certainly somebody, say, in Town Hall would have to be responsible to update our information. Let's say, for example, the fire district splits. Now, that's our responsibility, so we may
Right.
want to include that.
Yeah, right.
The water district in Lockmere. There's there's 3 different water companies in town.
Right.
So, you see what I mean? So there's going to be new information, the new subdivisions come in, so there's certainly going to be somebody's responsible for making sure that gets updated, and that's time and money.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because there are such things called organizational units within this. So I would more than likely be an administrator for the system as a whole, but there would be an organizational unit for the PD, for Public Works, for, just whichever groups that you wanted to have, even Lockmere Water, or for that matter, the fire district, if you wanted to allow them to use it. You could, but
the school.
the
I was
administrative,
just going to ask, are the schools utilizing this?
They have something similar.
they have something similar. They just got off the one they were using, and are trying to transition to a different one now, one that ties into their school software. But this is one that was used it's used throughout the state of Connecticut. It was used during Newtown, even though Newtown had the red alert system. But they were able to get through, and law enforcement used it. The chief talks extensively about that, as well as it's used by the city of Boston, and during the bombings in Boston, it was, used extensively again. It has some other components to it that we wouldn't use, some social media components where they monitor Twitter feeds and Facebook and things like that, but
No,
that wouldn't be
don't monitor
that useful
anybody.
for us, right. So here's the thing, is that I have $6,000 in the budget for this, because that is the license fee, the annual license fee for the town. However, the opportunity we have right now is they have their quarter closing at the end of this month, which happens to be Monday. I have been working with them on a contract and applied what I thought would be acceptable to one of the selectmen at this table, and
They won?
they acquiesced, well, the board, but in particular, one selectman, and
Who shall go
who
nameless.
shall go nameless. But in any event, no, seriously, though, I spent time with them going through the contract, took out things that I knew wouldn't be acceptable to the board, and asked them for other things, and they acknowledged and agreed to all of it. But what they've been willing to do is to give us a price of $3,600 between October 1st and 12/31 of 2014. So that would certainly give us, and more specifically the police department, that time to be able to determine, is this something that's really going to be of value to the town in the long run? One incident, as the chief said, this will pay for itself. One incident, in public safety, if it helps protect someone, save a life, it's more than paid for itself. So that's his view of it. It is a very straightforward system, very simple. It's all template-based. There are all sorts of things that you can pre-set up so that when you do go to initiate something, you just add in, the other
Can it be
information.
done from location?
It can be done from any location with internet access, yes.
Can be done through a smartphone?
Yes.
Just read that.
Are all our departments equipped with smartphones?
No. No, not the
I mean,
highway.
now we have to supply them with smartphones just in case.
I got a dumb phone.
No, I think from a,
Not as dumb as Catherine's, but pretty dumb.
I like
well,
it.
but it's a good question, because I think to answer your question, it really is going to depend upon the administration of it. And I would say that it would be closely held early on to be sure that it gets off on the right foot, that it's not used for things that people will say, oh, well, why do you keep contacting me about things? I'm not going to pay attention to those Town of Tilton texts anymore. They're useless, so you don't want to over-notify somebody. So I think it would be very closely held to start, and then it would depend upon who's going to ultimately have the determination of what gets notified and what doesn't. So, but contacting me, contacting the chief, that could be put out that way. So if they didn't have a smartphone.
Well, I saw the demonstration we had. It's pretty good technology, real good technology.
I think potentially it's money very well spent. I'm leery about it only costing $3,600, but even if it costs $10,000, you save a kid's life. What's that worth? And it could. It could. I also see that we have some employees who are technologically challenged. Smartphone, computer, sending out messages could be a problem.
Right.
So there would have to be something around that as well, but I think I like it.
I wouldn't want, I personally wouldn't set it up in such a way that anyone and everyone could notify the town of
Should hope
Tilton.
not.
It would be very closely controlled.
If we were to do something like this, where would we get the money right now to do that?
Well, that's a good question. There is some money in the services budget in IT, and then there's also money in, there's money in one of the PD lines that I think was originally intended to have some technology, but we didn't transfer any money out of that particular line. So it'd be a combination. I can tell you that right now, with the expenditures that we've had in IT, I've had to spend more than anticipated in hardware, and that is not going to end anytime soon. We're spending it very wisely, but that's been the case. We have, let's see, available. There's some $4,200 available in services, but that also includes copier support and some other things. So I think when I looked at it, I thought there was about $2,000 that we might be able to come up with in the IT budget, or simply just overexpend the line. They're going to be, there are going to be other lines where we're going to be underspent that I can determine right now. So short of transferring any monies, that could be an option. And as you see, I have the $6,000 in the budget. So if we were to do this now, then obviously we wouldn't budget $6,000 in 2014.
How much would you budget?
Nothing for this particular item, for the software license.
Well, I was just going to say, I know even with dumb phones, because I just have a flip phone, but the state, I'm assuming it's public service, or maybe it's an office in the state, I get these emergency messages. You know, state is under flood watch, thunder and lightning, you know, just severe storm.
Weather.
Away. They just come into my phone. Now, I have, texting is taken off my phone. I told the company I didn't want it, but yet those messages get on my phone. And it will be, and there's a text message.
What does it cost you?
It doesn't cost me anything.
Really?
I didn't ask for it.
The emergency, people, I used to have a plan where the people would call me, whether I wanted them to or not,
No, this
I would
comes
still
through.
get charged.
No, they haven't charged me for it, but it's just a service, and I didn't sign up for it.
I can tell you the criticism of this, I think, for the average citizen in Tilton would be, why do we need this? We're just a little town. And yet, the chief, when last week, or maybe it was the week prior, there was a
Amber.
young,
In our neighborhood.
2-year-old that
2-year-old,
went
yeah.
missing for a few hours, just wandered off, sort of thing, and was safe and sound. However, the chief said he probably could have used that system during that time, if nothing else, to alert all of his officers, and within a second. So one of the things that they run into at the PD is when there's a robbery like at Shop Express, as Pat mentioned, they start getting calls. So their dispatch starts getting calls from other people saying, hey, I heard, is it true, where are they headed? You know, that kind of thing. So they can't possibly start to respond to any of that because they're monitoring traffic
Right.
and working with the officers. So it becomes very difficult for them. And if they did indeed want to notify a group, they could not start to pick up that phone and start calling people. You know, it just wouldn't be realistic.
And how does this software work in that, let's just take the little girl. Now, would it would, if the chief inputted into his device that Amber Alert, does he then go to a geographical zone? Does he go, are the officers one zone, he's got to send it over again to the residents of Lockmere, be on the lookout? How does it?
Well, that's,
Oh.
yeah, it's, well, he specifically said he would have notified his officers. So he would have a group set up for all of the PD staff, and the entire staff would get, there's a missing child. And now for the other areas, it depends upon how, they can either be set up by, let's say there's a particular development, or, you know, people know of Vista Heights. Well, Vista Heights, there's so many, you know, houses on Vista Heights. Or
Lockmere.
Lockmere Meadows, or this or that.
Jensen's, they could join a group that would be notified.
Well, we could create groups, and, or he could simply, on his phone, draw an area around a geographic area that incorporates half of this one and half of that one and something else.
Perfect.
And,
That's a good
but
thing.
the thing is, it can't call people it doesn't know exist.
Yep.
You know, so that's really the onus on the town, is to get people to use it, create a profile, and set themselves up.
So theoretically, we could give a short presentation at town meeting, or have a little sign-up kiosk thing.
I think
or
both.
something.
Before town, you know, shortly, if we go with this year, we should have a public hearing and
True enough.
have people come, and then perhaps maybe in budget hearing, have a presentation, and then at town meeting. And then that will allow people to come, allow people be aware that this is what we could do to set it up.
The chief and I have had, we've worked on raising some donations for this as well, And as yet, we haven't had any commitments, but we've just started, so.
Yeah, potential?
There's always potential, yeah.
Okay.
But I wouldn't, I'm not counting on it. Let me put it that way. I mean, it'd be nice if we get it, but not counting on it. So I think that.
Were we to get donations to this, after we approve that amount of money, should we do so, would the donations go to offset that line?
Chicken stick.
Well, the donations would show as revenue.
True.
So-
Does it go into the unreserved fund balance?
Yes, yes. So, well, in other words, our expense goes up by this much, our revenue would go up by this much. It's the net effect on the tax rate would be the same.
Still have to raise the money.
Yeah,
Correct.
well, we'd go
Yeah.
back into the,
Well, if we used it this year, we're using money that's already been raised and appropriated, that won't
That's
go into
correct.
the reserve fund.
right.
No, but if we get donations, the donations would be revenue.
Donations, it would,
It'd just be ordinary revenue,
Right.
or,
it could just go in, yeah, it'll just go into the fund.
unexpected revenues.
That would go into the reserve fund.
Right. So,
We take donations specifically for things.
yes,
Police, motorcycle.
yep.
God,
We
I
take
can't remember,
donations
forget.
for anything.
Yeah, but it goes directly to that purpose. Why can't we take
Motorcycle,
donations to
well,
this purpose?
Well,
Yeah.
Yes.
it is, but even those donations, it's not a separate fund, in other words, so that, I'd be happy to sit down and show you.
I'm having this conversation for the camera. It's not that I
Okay.
don't understand the concept.
Okay.
But I'm sure that there are a number of people out there who don't.
Well, the motorcycle, we still pay for the motorcycle, and then the donations, whatever donations are raised.
It's an offset donation.
It offsets it in terms of any impact to the tax rate and taxpayer, but unless it's in a separate fund, it wouldn't directly offset the expense that we have to make.
I know the money doesn't disappear, but it doesn't go toward that purpose. It doesn't go toward any expenses, it goes into the unreserved fund balance.
Well, if we receive donations that are specifically named for something, we ensure that those are restricted for that purpose.
Okay.
So, but what that means is then
I was hoping
money.
to pull that out of you.
Well, then, but what that means is that money that we would have used for that purpose is then available for the unreserved fund balance. So it's the same net effect, but, and we actually show restricted fund balance, as part of our financials. Those monies that are set aside for specific purposes.
As long as
Talk
we've
about this again?
we've started an unreserved fund balance conversation. How much money is in the unreserved fund balance?
About 700.
A few weeks ago.
$700,000. Okay, so what amount do we need in the fund balance to be in compliance and comfortable with the money that's in that account?
We are, there is a Government Finance Officers Association schedule, which has 4 different levels. It is really a matter of, we are not at the lowest level, we're not at the highest level. We're approaching midpoint. But I'd say we're at about roughly 40% between the high and low point.
40% of average for a
we're
town of
close to average.
3,600?
Well, based upon our, percentage-wise, based upon our annual budget, that's correct.
Seems like a lot of money somehow. We don't collect much interest.
It's not cash in the bank. It is.
I know it isn't
yeah.
all cash in the bank. How much cash on hand do we have?
Let's see, right now,
Ballpark.
we have about 2.9 million. But I can tell you that...
Unreserved money. Not how much cash does the town of Tilton have. How much cash money is part of that 700,000?
I really would have to take a close look at that to give you a good answer.
Because I hate to have $500,000 in the bank and ask the little lady over here in Lockmere to pay an increase in taxes.
No, but,
As a for instance.
but keep in mind, there are, that we have the responsibility to deal with unforeseen events, and where we may not have the ability to borrow at that point, we have to draw upon some type of resource, as well as we have had to borrow each and every year, including this year. So there's $1 million worth of TAN that we have outstanding that we owe the bank, which helped us bridge that cash flow earlier in the year, and will be paid back by the end of the year, once
Our
the second
ability
tax bills come out.
to secure that $1 million has something to do with the amount of money we have?
It has to do with many different factors. The bank has their own criteria for determining what that is, but they primarily look at our cash flow, our financial liquidity, if you will, and our ability to repay.
So that whether or not we have an extra $200,000 in the unreserved fund balance doesn't necessarily come into that equation. You don't
Not
know.
being the bank, I don't know.
Yeah, okay,
Hard to say.
okay.
Okay, so do you, any more questions on Everbridge?
When would we be able to see
Well,
my name? I have to think.
so here's the difficult
A
part of this.
preview of it.
Well, two of you have, and I could certainly set something up for the rest of you to take a look at it. In fact, if you'd like to see it tomorrow, I'm sure I could get something set up for you. It is, it would probably take about 45 minutes to an hour, somewhere in that time frame, possibly Monday. But the downside of this offer is that they are hard and fast about the date, because they're trying to complete licenses by the end of their third quarter.
What's their date?
Which ends on Monday.
Monday.
End of day Monday. I know. So,
I've already highlighted the contract.
so that's why I put it in the budget, but that's why I also want to let you know
I understand it, but
of this opportunity. And I would recommend that if you have time to take a look, I would be more than happy to schedule that and use
Well,
the
if we're going to
projector.
get that price, then we need to make a decision today or tomorrow.
Right.
Or Monday. Or
We're not
Monday,
having a meeting Monday. As far as I know, we're not having a meeting Friday.
right.
tomorrow I can't, Monday I can't.
So we really should make our decision today. Who are the two that have seen it?
Pat and Al. And-
What is the... I read through the, what did I do with the contract? I read through the contract quickly. So, what did I do with it? Wow, that was quick.
No, it's under the thing over, isn't that, that's way under,
Do you want mine?
right there.
No, that's the...
No, that's the audit.
Looks like, is it underneath that sheet of paper there?
Oh, here.
Yeah, I think I stuck you in here with these guys. Yeah. I think you're just stuck in here.
Here, do you want, here, I'll give you mine.
Well, no, I highlighted mine.
Oh, okay.
So, wow. No, I highlighted mine. That's why I'm looking for mine.
No, I don't have it either.
It's part of, oh, Catherine, it's, yeah, I was gonna say, it's attached to the budget,
Yeah,
my budget.
it was the very last thing. I just have all these papers. I'm like Joe, I get so much stuff. So, I'm looking at the contract, and in order for us to, say we decide this just isn't working, we have an event, it's just not working. I mean, if you read this contract, and I can understand in this kind of service where they'd have to have an awful lot of stuff that says, I'm not responsible, I'm not responsible, I'm not responsible, because we're going to create the human error factor. But in order to get out of this, if it doesn't work, they have to breach their contract. So with all of their disclaimers, it would be really hard to show that they breached their contract.
It would, because...
If we're just not, there's nothing in here that allows us to get out if we're just not satisfied.
That's correct. That is correct. And there is, you'll also note there's no non-appropriation clause because there is not it is on an annual basis.
Yep.
So it'd either be approved or wouldn't be approved.
And I could see that. And so that's my next question.
But
Is it a yearly contract?
it is.
Just a year?
That's correct.
I mean, we get 15 months out of it or whatever.
And then it shows...
Well, I'm sorry, we're getting this for 15 months. October of 2013.
If we renew, it's going to be renewed for 12.
For 12, that's correct.
So in 6.2, it shows restrictions, and it says that the customer shall use the service solely for its internal business purposes and shall not make the service available to or use the service for the benefit of any third party except as expressly contemplated by this agreement.
Right.
So we couldn't share it with the districts?
No, we have. We can.
Yeah,
They
Do we have a
agreed,
separate agreement somewhere that says
they agreed
this?
to put that in the addendum. Yes,
Okay.
but it's not listed here. I even got them to agree to a commercial entity or two that I don't want to name because that's, who we would try to
Sure.
receive some donations from. So outside of the municipal umbrella, if you will. But this covers all municipal entities.
And then I read that there is...
And I'll be happy to ensure that, we have that in the addendum at the time it's signed.
Well, if they're paying.
Yeah.
They have an Everbridge University, which is free, so anybody can go look at it and try to know what they're doing on this? Is that what that's for?
I took bits and pieces of a larger presentation, so it could be, they do have a training component.
It was
But
worth
it's-
sitting through the
And,
45 minutes.
and...
It was.
My other question when you were going through this, and I didn't think to answer because I thought I had more time, is we're going to put this out there for the residents to put their information in, okay? Is there something in there or that we would verify that the information is correct? That somebody's just not giving us erroneous information, which I'm sure people do?
I could sign up and give them Catherine's number.
Exactly.
You certainly could.
Yeah, but how do we do that?
There are system tests that can be run through it. Other communities have run through this, the exact same situation. I can tell you that one of the things that's different about these guys from others, and I made sure it's in the contract, is that the data, Catherine, is not their data. It is,
Right.
we own the data.
It is our data.
It is our data.
They don't get to sell it? Because I didn't see that in their contract either.
No, it's our data.
I would like
It's
to
our
see
data.
something that says that they don't get to resell.
I can't recall if there,
I see there's some confidentiality stuff in
I
there.
thought there was
But
a,
it's mostly on our part, that whoever is, as you said, the person to administrate it, there's a confidentiality agreement they have to agree to. But I really, like I said, I read it quickly, but I didn't see anything that said, it's ours, they can't sell it. Because that's an awful lot of
I did this-
information
I-
to give somebody.
oh yeah, no, I did discuss it with them. There is a place here where it discusses specifically that the data is owned by the customer. I would have to recall where that was.
I guess I'm okay with it as long as, I'm just concerned about the data being correct. That some people seem to think that even though these things serve a very important purpose for emergencies, that it's a toy.
Yeah, but you can't not do it just because there's a few out there that are gonna play around with it.
No, but I'd like to be able to correct, if I see information that's incorrect, either to be able to contact them and say, excuse me,
Yes, I agree.
So, as I said, the criticism, I think, would be that, we're awfully small to have something like this. But the chief feels very strongly that this is something that he's needed really for years. And if you recall, I think in 2008, perhaps, the board saw a presentation on a system very similar to this. And in fact,
Got red,
that was Red Alert.
red alert.
And I think that was Red Alert.
I still have
Madam
that
Chair,
Madam,
I'd like to make a motion, please. Make a motion that we expend the sum of $3,600 and enter into agreement, subject to the changes that we've discussed here today with, oh golly.
Bridge.
Yeah, I put the paper in the wrong place now, but the kind of presentation that we were presented today, Everbridge, and contract with them to provide this service for our town for the one-year period commencing in October.
15 months.
15 months.
15 months, yes.
second?
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Catherine, what do you think of this?
Do I think of it?
Yes.
I don't really know that much about it. I mean, it sounds wonderful, but I don't know that much about it. Just what Tim is saying.
As a resident, would you avail yourself of this service?
I don't know.
Would you sign up for notifications if there was an ambulance alert or an armed robber in your neighborhood?
Yeah, I suppose, but my question is, Tim, you would be the one that would be handling this in the town hall?
It could be more than one person, but I would be the administrator for making sure it's all set up properly.
And who else would be doing it then besides you?
From the administration standpoint, probably that would be me in terms of the setup of the system. The chief would probably be authorized to initiate them. I could
Board of
probably
Selectmen would
initiate
have to
them.
make those decisions.
But,
We'd
yeah,
have to choose people.
it'd be a recommendation.
Be up to the
Yeah.
board. So it wouldn't be any cost to residents to do this?
Right.
No,
Well,
Initiate-
Other than the
Right. but I
Other
mean-
than the annual price to do it.
Right.
In their taxes, right.
There wouldn't be a subscription fee.
Thank you, that's what I mean.
Yep. Okay, let's move forward. Any more questions? We'll take a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Aye.
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 Oh, yes, I'm shaking my head, yes.
The vote was unanimous.
Just looking to see what that change.
Catherine shook her head.
Did you hear that?
I'll work on the agreement.
Okay.
So would it be
Still thinking
possible,
about it.
would it be possible for the board to maybe sign that on Monday with the changes?
I'd
won't
like
be
to
in
see,
town.
I would really like to see something that they're not able to resell.
Yes, yeah, no, I'll make sure of that.
I'm with Catherine on that.
It is, I did discuss it with them, and I think it is in there.
They need to put it in
But it's just not
Right.
in those words.
Who found the chicken sticks?
Sign it.
I did.
Okay.
Big lots.
I used to go to Littleton.
Is there a signature?
Big
page on
lots.
this?
For these?
I'm sure there is.
I don't know if they have those.
All right,
but
we
they have
gotta
weird
keep
candy.
moving.
Yep, okay, so, just to finish up on the services, in the services portion of the budget, there's the town hall copier and overage for the town report, the police department copier, Avatar tax cards on the web, the Amazon S3 storage. This is where we're housing all of our videos and where I do encrypted backups. And on the weekend, if you ever come in here and try to use the system, you're going to wonder why it's so slow, and it's because it's doing transfers of encrypted, secure data backup to Amazon's vault.
These
you
are
will.
the people that archive our videos? Is that
Well, that's where I use a combination of three components to make that work. It's costing us, where it used to cost us $99 a month using Bright Cove, it's costing us about 59 to 62 cents a month now. Cents.
As in less than $1.
As in less than $1, yeah. That's why I have $25 or $50 on there. 'Cause, I mean, I'm anticipating doing more data storage there outside of just movies, but I have well, there's all kinds of technology that we use to do that, but there's the S3 service at Amazon. We use a CloudFront service that actually does the buffering of it, and then we have the component Flow Player that sits on the website that then receives it and broadcasts it when somebody clicks on it, so. But all that.
What do you do with the rutilator?
But that took probably about 20 hours or so to get all that to work and set it up. But it, like I said, it's, where we used to spend $1,200 a month, or $1,200 a year, we're going to spend, $25 on the movie portion, if that. And that's in comparison to the $7,200 or so
In the neighborhood,
that we
yes.
paid at Lakes Region. So in any event, Ossipee Mountain, this is to install a camera in a new vehicle, as well as to move equipment from another vehicle.
Wow.
So I'm anticipating that would be two $500 moves. They never were able to do it for the price that we had anticipated, and there seems to be...
You mean the price that they agreed to do it for?
Well,
250?
Or we were told they were supposed to do it for?
well,
250?
That was
It's-
3-something.
it's more involved than
They
what
realized?
than I think anybody realized. And then it had to be redone because of an issue with how it was originally done. It's a long
One shall
story.
not tell us a price if they don't know what the price is going to be.
And then I do have some money in there, $8,000 for assistant work, which I can go through in more detail with you at another time. I do want to get to the next page, which is new projects. Just very briefly, this is for voice over IP for the entire town. This would be contingent upon having fiber access. There's a one consolidated phone system, Catherine, where everyone is an extension, senior center, highway, where there's an auto attendant, or call groups. There's all kinds of
I haven't even got this one figured out.
things I could go through, but
Completely.
in any event, we're out of capacity at the police department. Something is going to have to be done in this next year. We have no more voicemail capacity, and we don't have, the phones are starting to break. There's a number of things. It's an old system, and it should have been replaced probably about 3 years ago. So it makes sense to look at going to this for the whole town, but if you look at the cost-benefit analysis portion, we're currently paying about $9,120 a year for our telephones. And what we would be looking at paying is about $2,400 a year, and that includes a landline, one landline at each physical location as well. So the potential savings are about $6,720 a year, and at a cost of about $19,000 to implement this.
About 3 years.
It'd be about 3 years, yeah.
Does the proposed contract with MetroCast come into this?
Yes, it does, yeah, and that's what I've been really nervous about that, because I've talked to Joyce. I really want to start to get a little more involved in seeing what we can do fiber-wise, because that's really also going to be an important component as I look at what's the best way to manage these servers, because we can start to use server capacity at different locations across the town, so we might be able to share more resource, because it's as if, when you have a fiber connection, it's as if they're sitting right next to each other. So you don't have bandwidth problems at that point, to any large extent, and it gives you a lot of options. But it also creates some issues of security and accessibility, other things that you have to deal
The
with.
fiber optics is hit or miss in town. If
Well,
there's any
no,
in town at all.
it's all along Route 3.
It's not in front of my house.
It's all along Route 3 to past the PD, I know that.
Right, because it's not over 93 and it's not over Winnisquam Bridge.
This summer,
It goes
New
past,
Hampshire,
no, it
I
does go
thought that-
past, it goes past the Shalimar.
New
I can't-
Hampshire Fast
I can-
Roads.
There are services I cannot have because I don't have fiber optics in front of my house. I've been told that over and, well, I haven't, my son. He used to computer guru.
If it
But he
hasn't
cannot-
come through and you didn't know it, Catherine, it'll be coming through shortly because New Hampshire Fast Roads is building 700-mile of fiber optic line with a grant from the government and with state help that comes right up the Route 3 corridor to exit 20 and then heads up toward Laconia.
Well, I can tell you,
We got to speak.
Yeah, I know.
son
I'm
will
gonna
be
I'm gonna blow
ecstatic.
through this list. All right, so I'd be happy to come back and talk with you more about the details of that budget, and I appreciate your time in discussing the budget with you, and please keep in mind that is a draft. So now, moving on to my reportable items in my list. In your to-be-signed folder is a merit line transfer. Some of the merits were provided in July, some were done in August. If you recall, there were 2 waves of that were done. So now it's time to show, those budget transfers, and keep in mind that the budget is actually moved out of the budget lines, so that if there's $5,000 budgeted for something, it'll be reduced to, say, $10 or what have you for that budget, but then the budgeted amounts are added to whichever salary and tax and retirement lines. That's the way we've done it in the past, and it just requires a short reminder. So there is in your to-be-signed this document, which will authorize me to make those budget transfers. I'd appreciate your signing that as you see that folder. In the audit review, I have the draft. I've provided you a draft, and I'll also send you an electronic copy of it. And I took the liberty of creating the narrative on page 21, and Joyce has reviewed that. And I would like to have an approval no later than October 10th, because the MS5 will be based off of our accepted audited financial information, and that will be required for setting our tax rate.
Where are we signing on the MS?
The MS4, in the past, you guys have always signed underneath me, but typically I've signed it, and then it's just anywhere down at the bottom there. The recycling revolving fund, there's also an authorization for me to transfer in the $45,000 that was raised and appropriated at town meeting through warrant Article 10, and I would appreciate if you would sign that so that we have money in that fund. It is a town fund under the custody of the treasurer. It's fund number 75, and we'll be shortly here having expenditures for Casella for the recycling curbside collection. The MS4 is in your to-be-signed folder as well. And really, this was one of the main reasons I wanted to meet with you today. I would recommend signing it. I've reviewed it with Joyce, and I'll be happy to review it with you as well. But keep in mind, we can adjust this MS4 even at the time that we are sitting down setting the tax rate. And I can tell you, in general, our revenues are coming in stronger. Primarily because of the sale of Business Park Drive, the mortgage on Business Park Drive, and then also the tax deeded property that we took earlier this year, which we received, if you recall, from several months ago. And as it stands now, we look to end up the year about $100,000 better in terms of revenue, anticipated revenue. And that is somewhat conservative. We have the capability of determining whether or not, at the time we sit down for tax rate setting, where we want to take monies from the highway equipment fund and put it towards the truck that was already purchased and outfitted. But I think we may actually be able to keep that money in that fund and not have to use it and still have a very favorable tax rate. So it's just going to depend upon where the school, fire, and state come in, state education. The county is coming in $28,000 less than last year, but I anticipate all the others are going to be either equal or higher.
The county's coming in 28,000 less?
That, according to DRA. Less.
And that's because we're now going to bill us.
No, it should be coming in a lot less than that.
Last year it was $699. This year, she said it was either $671 or $673. I just don't have it in front of me, but.
Take away the mutual aid that they were
Right, if they take away the mutual aid, it should be a lot less.
So we have the.
Just the billing company.
We
We paid them, they paid them.
So we have the benefit of that, of possibly using the revenue if we bring money in from the capital reserve. If we bring money in from the capital reserve at tax rate setting time, that could be, that could also help. So I did not put any on the MS4 at this point, but again, as I said, that can be adjusted the day of tax rate setting as well. The next item, number 5, is really more of an FYI. The town clerk's tax collector's office is going to a one-check system where you register your car, you don't have to write 2 checks anymore, and that has created some work for me with the bank, and will be some reconciliation work that the treasurer and I are going to have to work through. They'll do daily ACH transfers to the state's account, and but in any case, I've been working on that, and that's going to be going into effect the week of October 7th. I didn't know if the town clerk tax collector had talked to you about this, but I thought I would just mention it. The next phase of this will be to accept registrations over the internet and be able to pay for it with their credit card. So it just creates a little more
I thought she got rid of it.
Doesn't have to.
no, well, she went to a different
They got rid of
back-end
one
solution.
system because there were problems.
Okay.
But in any case, so there's a progression to this. And then the last thing, and this, Joe, this is really for your benefit as much as everyone's, but you've asked,
Just reading that.
you've asked in the past how we can adjust the, the payroll cycle such that, that it's being approved prior to payment. And so I listed out 2 primary options, one of which is to change the work week and pay on Friday, so that the work week would be Thursday through Wednesday, and then payday would be Friday, which would, in my view, really inconvenience some 42 or 44 people that get paid by the town and have been paid this way forever.
Right.
Or perhaps the board would consider meeting on a Tuesday night or Tuesday, in which case you would, well, if you're meeting at, say, 3:30, finishing by 5:30 or 6, you would have the opportunity to sign it prior to payday.
We will never be able to guarantee that with selectmen that are coming on board, whether they can do an afternoon.
That's correct.
And we've been
That's correct.
criticized so in the past for having committees such as this that meet when people are still working.
Right.
Who are unable to attend.
Well, and these are just some options for you to consider. The other
Bring
one,
into a union agreement biweekly.
that's a
Must be the
possibility
time of day
too.
that's keeping them away today.
I had
So I prefer bi-monthly, but
I had brought that up years ago, and there's some real concern within the departments about doing that sort of thing, but I would be in favor of doing that as well. And then, and of course, an alternative to that would be if you somehow had as a part of your practice that you came in and reviewed and signed the payroll, but it would be outside of your regular meeting. So unless
we
you...
can do that.
Well, so that's something
I'd
that...
rather do that than
You review it and you
change
sign it.
employees' lives.
And your signature is,
So this was just something for you to think about, so that, that's something I've been
Hey,
mulling
We don't
over.
have to change it based on my concern. I don't sign the payroll, but that does not indicate that I don't go over every single one of them and ask questions as needed.
But it is,
But you don't need my signature.
it's a valid concern, though, and it is something that should be, it is something that
I
should be
don't, and when I'm
corrected.
here, I sign it.
You can come in earlier and look at it before the checks go out, that way,
I should come in on Tuesday,
yes. And that way you can look at it yourself,
and every time I do, I sign it.
yes.
I don't always do it. I don't think of it. But that's okay.
So,
I'm not
anyway,
insisting on this. I'm just saying I won't sign it after they're paid.
so the budget and my items took an hour and 15 minutes, I apologize, but started at 2:45. But I'm glad that we're doing the Everbridge. I think that'll be very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
If you come up with any downside to this that we haven't discussed today, would you let us know?
Oh, absolutely.
So we know right off quick.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along.
do we have an emergency number or after-hours number for the water district?
Oh, no, I understand
Call that
I still have
It
things.
pages, if you call the
but I
number.
understand.
at the water company, it pages, if it's an emergency, it says push whatever, and it goes to John.
What I would like to do is if we could do the non-public first, because I've got some really time-sensitive things, and I don't know how long
4213,
discussion is going to go on.
Okay.
We look in the back of the annual report.
Did she say yeah? Did he say yes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's just move along.
All right, can we go into non-public, because I have things that are time-sensitive, and I don't know
Got it.
if they will run over.
All right.
Sensitivity.
Make a motion to go into non-public as per RSA 91A:1, legal. Motion's been made and seconded. Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, the first page, and here is your copy. And all the documents I'm going to talk about are in order.
I'm gonna shut the door.
Them to say what they said.
Make a motion to seal the minutes of the public, or the non-public session, and that they
Pertain to
refer
legal.
to legal matters until such matters are settled.
Thank you for getting through that. I was really...
All those in favor?
Yes.
Why did I
Yes.
close those?
Okay,
Yes.
New Hampshire retirement.
Yes.
Joyce is asking that you authorize the chair to sign this document,
It's an affidavit.
an affidavit for the elected official, Cindy Reinhardt, that she worked all this time for her retirement system.
Is this because she didn't have a time card?
That is
Right.
correct.
That's correct.
Would we have gotten this if she had a time card?
Yes.
So we would have
No,
gotten
This
we wouldn't have gotten
affidavit,
it.
no. The choices were to make sure that she did work the required number of hours. She would have to have an affidavit or timesheets. She's never filled out timesheets. She's filling timesheets now.
Right.
So,
In the future, it will be,
so this goes on file so that when we're all gone
Right.
and she goes to retire,
So
that
she
they know.
wants me to swear that she worked those hours? I can't do that.
No, that she was a full-time employee of the town, that she met the eligibility requirements
Right.
to be a member of the New Hampshire retirement
I
system.
didn't even know that.
And yes, she was.
yes, you do know
yeah.
that.
She comes and goes as she likes. How do you know?
No, it's her
no, it's
employment
way
status.
beyond
Oh, all right, all right, all
Employment
right, all right.
status.
Beyond that.
And all the
Okay.
backup documentation is attached
Wait,
to
we're
that.
talking time
None of us could
cards and
attest to the
stuff.
other.
I can't attest to when she was
It
here.
is also understood that if these conditions are not met, it is possible that, well, she's an elected official, Ms. Reinhardt may not be in compliance with RSA 100A, and therefore not eligible to participate in the New Hampshire retirement system.
Well, she certainly is going forward
But
because
yeah.
she's doing time cards.
If she doesn't file those forms,
What it
Catherine.
says.
Right,
That's not what it says.
no,
That's the retirement system's form.
right.
She started with the town part-time. The selectmen appointed her as a full-time town clerk. They appointed her, and then for a year, she served for a year, and then she ran for the position.
2008,
2000,
2000?
because Gail left mid-March. Gail left after the election in March. Cindy went from part-time to full-time, and then this board appointed her to fill out that vacancy until the next election. And
I
she's been
just saw
ever
a
since.
thing that said something about, is that 2007 is when they consolidated the position into one?
2008, well, yeah, 2008 election,
Yeah, all right.
so they voted it in 2000,
In 7, because I just saw the paper.
right.
But anyway, this way we'll have somebody on file with them and with us attesting to the fact that she did,
No, I didn't know if you wanted to read it. The motion was to appoint Pat as chair to sign it, because there's only one signature line.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
I would like to peruse it briefly.
I'd like to
Okay.
know what 100A says.
Okay, on state roads, the last communication we got
And I can get the book.
a month ago from Commissioner Clement
It's pretty derogatory.
was that they were going to replace the one culvert this year, which they did. They were doing the contracting out to have the ledge fixed next year. They're not going to maintain Caleb Hill Road this winter, and they suggested that if you wanted to have road improvements made, sign up, get on the list for the state aid grants. And
In
to,
2019?
and the program is currently booked until 2019, but you can still put your application in.
Right.
And then,
Do you have
It's
the letter
one-thirds,
dated
two-thirds.
August 28th?
yep.
He's still looking at
Okay.
And then he said to have Nancy contact me to explain the state aid program. So I called Nancy, we played telephone tag for a while, and I said, is there any way that, I said, the selectmen want to have a public meeting with our legislators and all of the residents from those affected roads to figure out, talk about, share the commissioner's letter and decide what are we going to do. I said, can you or another representative from DOT be present at that meeting, because they're going to have questions and who can answer. So she said, well, for that level, she would have to get either the assistant commissioner or the commissioner to come. She would come, also the operations manager, the ones who's actually in charge of doing that, and she said she's willing to make those contacts to schedule. Their calendar for the month of October, because they're doing their public hearings on the 10-year plan,
Yep.
they're booked at least almost 2 nights a week. So what she had suggested, she's spoken to the assistant commissioner, but they haven't had a chance to speak to the commissioner yet.
Can see anything.
Would it be possible
Oh,
for
yeah, I
the
read it,
board
said
to
it.
go down to Concord and meet with all those people?
Well, the road committee's been working on the application for the road project. The problem is this letter.
I know, so I can't get the commissioner up here, but we
No.
can arrange it that you can go
The
and talk to
problem is, this letter
principals there.
states, "Towns who commit to take over roads at the completion of a project will be funded before other
Well,
towns."
you need to talk to him about that. You need to talk to him about that.
That's blackmail, it's a threat. And they didn't say, it's not as simple as they said they're not going to plow the roads this winter. That they said in here is the department will not be able to repair the roads in 2013. The solution to this problem will likely require the removal of ledge that the department is not equipped to do with our maintenance forces. They've been removing ledge all up and down 93.
Yep.
Yeah, they
That's been
probably
subcontracted out, though.
contracted.
Exactly.
Right,
But
Right.
it's the
Which is
Hampshire
not
Department
part of-
of Transportation
which is not in their budget, which
that's
is
been
what they're
doing it.
saying.
So we have to live with their
Right.
decrepit road.
Exactly.
Right.
Totally agree with you.
And then the threat.
Right.
Before we get too far, can we have a vote on this, please, before we forget it?
Yes.
Yes.
All those in favor?
I'm in favor.
Yes.
Catherine, you'll
Okay.
have to notarize
Any
this.
opposed? Any, okay, so it's all yes.
I just think that if you have an opportunity to meet with the commissioner or the assistant commissioner,
At least we,
Hey, I'd be glad to go meet him.
okay?
yep.
It's just, again,
Can I
like
go with you, Catherine,
I
just to
said,
watch?
I mean, she would
I think we
she
should
would
all
have to
go.
try
Just
and
to
get
watch doesn't
the
work for me.
important people all in the room up here,
Yep.
but their calendar is,
Well, maybe we'll have to go for the beginning of November.
So what are
well,
you
no, we
saying?
could do it
that they-
during the day. I mean, to arrange
We
an
can't get
evening.
anybody here?
If you have state representatives here, you need higher level participation from the,
We could have the meeting without them.
but what does that, what do you accomplish?
Because it's the legislature that's not funding the DOT. It's not that DOT doesn't want to do the
No,
work.
but We're running into 2014 and another
Doesn't
year.
mean we're not going to actively pursue, like I said, the road committee is working on the application.
All right, so what would the board like to do?
Kick them in the butt.
I'd still like to have a meeting with the residents.
Darn right.
Okay.
I would still like
And the
the...
newspaper.
They should
And
know
the
that we're...
representatives. By the way, speaking of representatives, has anybody seen Dennis Fields?
No.
No, I haven't seen him for a long time.
No, but
We've invited him to a couple of...
If he'd have died, we'd have heard about it, I got to imagine.
I know,
But he
but
could be
we've
sick
invited
or-
him as a representative to a couple of
It's
events
not
here, and
like
he's
him not to come.
not to come.
Wasn't at the thing today either over at the...
Senator Forrester also
That's
invited.
unusual
Yeah.
for Dennis.
Okay.
Our legislative bodies, our residents over in that area, I'd still like to do that, but I would also like to go down and meet with the commissioner.
Yep,
we can do both.
After that,
Okay.
after we meet with the residents.
Okay.
good plan.
That way we have,
Maybe we can take one or two representatives from the general public and to come down with us.
Anybody in mind?
No, I mean, whoever comes to the
There's a person
meeting.
on the
Yeah.
road committee that
That's
lives
true.
on Caleb Hill.
Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe Central would come with us.
That would be a fine choice, I'm
Well,
sure.
I would like to talk to the
great.
commissioner about why does it have to be 1/3, 2/3?
Right. I mean, why
Maybe we
why
get
can't
Pat
it be
Clark, he lives up there, doesn't he?
80/20?
That's the law.
No, he's got, he has, read the law, read the
It's their
law.
administrative rules, I should
Right.
say.
But he's, I just think that we've got an opportunity where we could get something done.
I don't want to own their roads.
That's
I'd
it?
be willing to see the town
You have anything
have
else?
this discussion because it's their money, but I couldn't vote for it.
At some point, we've got
Not
to
sitting
write
right
a
here, right
letter
now.
to Michelle Marshall with our comments on Sewer Lake Road.
Yes. Yep,
So
we do.
maybe we could get like a little work session where we can at least draft something.
Okay.
And then present it to the board?
Yep.
Okay. I did get some comments from Mike Izzard, he was here.
Yep.
So, because that's something that's going to take some work.
Yeah, that will.
And then there was, Catherine, I put a signature block on your letter.
Okay, Catherine, do you want to come up and talk about that? We've got a few minutes, Catherine Mosner.
If we're going to go forward with this municipally managed project, we need to think about a warrant article to hire an engineer.
Yes.
I mean, it's not something you're going
The state
to...
will do it. The state does all that. You put the application in and they do it.
No, they don't.
They just charge us.
No, they
That's where I
don't.
worked in Samerton. The state did the road and Samerton had to
They did the
pay.
engineering and everything on the Sanborn.
I think you have a choice. You have a choice. If you want to hire your own engineer, you can do it, but if you get them to do it. I mean, you don't need to hire an engineer to do the application.
No, not the application. I said sometime in the future, we have to make sure that we don't forget to do that.
All right, let's listen to,
Catherine, this is yours.
and after Catherine has her little thing, if we can,
okay?
our selectmen reports, if we have something that's earth-shattering that we need to
I've got a
discuss.
number of things that we really need to touch on, for sure. Sorry.
All right, all right, we'll let you go, Joe. Well, I have one thing that we can touch on, and then we let you go.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Catherine.
I received a call from Dee Dee. She is the supervisor of capital cleaning. That's who we have our contract with.
Yep.
And she oversees the lady that cleans our offices, the police department, and the senior center. And last month, I asked Dee Dee when Capital was going to be cleaning our windows, which we would have to pay extra for. That's in our contract. And she called me back and she said, "I'm sorry, I haven't gotten back to you. I've been calling Capital, and they are not responding to any of my calls. They're not leaving me any messages." And we've been having a problem with the current woman that is cleaning, especially upstairs, not even bothering to clean upstairs. So she is replacing her. So in the meantime...
And this is in addition to already getting rid of them at Riverfront.
Right, and Catherine has already
Okay.
taken care of that, because of this lack of communication also. So Dee Dee asked if she would be able to make a proposal to clean the offices, and I said that's something that would have to go before the Board of Selectmen.
Right.
So that's what I'm presenting tonight.
So Catherine asked me, and I said, let her write up a proposal and see where she comes in with, and she'll have her own people, and she's insured, and so on
What are
and
we
so
currently
forth.
paying a month?
Currently-
No, she's including, this is including the PD and the town, and the,
Right. She's
Senior
doing-
center and town hall.
She will continue doing the senior center free of
I
charge.
saw that.
Her price comes out to $803 lower than capital, because she's including the windows and that extra for the police department, to wax the floor, clean, strip, wax. So,
800,
Does that include the pavilion at Riverfront?
No.
oh, that's gone.
Well, I know that that was not any longer a part of the
Thank you.
other contract, but going forward, who cleans that?
Right now, it's Great Northern. Great Northern?
Great Northern. Yeah,
cleaning.
GNC.
What was the savings?
$803. The capital cleaning for the town and the police department is $11,198. But
was for
they
the
also
year.
charge extra a year, $1,800 to clean the windows twice a year, which they haven't done yet, and $225 to strip wax the police department floors. Dee Dee is including that in her proposal, which amounts to $12,420 a year. And she is fully insured, I have that, you could.
I would like to jump all over this, but I'm sitting here thinking about, do we have to put it out to others to bid on?
Yes, we do.
We
If we're going to put it out for
Or can
bid.
we,
We've done that.
This
Or
is an
can we-
extension of the existing one that we have. However, I think we should, because it's only going to prove that it's going to be fairly inexpensive if you could include that she's doing the senior center for free. I think...
but if you compare this to all the other estimates we got,
yeah.
none of them were,
None of them came close.
right, did they?
Yeah, but
And we have numerous precedents for circumventing the $500 rule.
Oh, my
Facts.
But that's our rule.
No, we're saying go out for more. Yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying.
know you
Joe.
are, but why? This woman's got a good price, she does good work,
Yeah.
and it's not like we have a without precedent thing here.
That's
She
right. I
does
was just-
excellent work. She
We
does,
can
you know.
waive our policy.
Wasn't
our
that long ago
policy.
we waived it?
I
Right.
was going to say, why don't, Catherine and I were just talking, we still have all the original paperwork from all the different companies. I can come in next week and I'll sit down with Catherine and we'll go over each one, so that by our next meeting, we can tell you
It's
what,
going to take us 30 days to get out of the
Yeah, I
contract we
already
have.
talked to Tim about that, and it's
Yeah.
30 days to get out of the contract.
So we should do it as soon as possible. I mean, we know the other estimates are higher than this.
yeah.
They
It's a
are.
no-brainer.
They were, and
So
we,
why don't-
I think
a lot
the
of
first
them we weren't happy with.
I was going to say, why don't we go ahead and let Tim know that, go ahead and serve the 30-day
The
notice?
eviction notice or whatever, yeah?
I think we should waive,
I
make a motion to
we
waive our policy
our
of,
policy,
Okay,
and we hire Dee Dee's cleaning and painting service for the sum of, what was the sum?
12,000.
$12,000?
420.
$1,035 a month.
A month, yeah, that's monthly.
That's the form of motion.
So you're making a motion to
Yes, I
accept
am.
this as...
To waive the policy.
To waive and to hire.
Yes,
It's a
Waive and to
twofer.
hire.
That's what he said, yep.
Okay.
kill two birds with one stone.
Second,
Okay, a motion's been made and seconded. Any more discussion?
Saving money is saving money.
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye. When will this begin?
Excuse me,
30 days.
Opposed?
me.
Okay.
If we're going to have a $500, send out a proposal, rule and ordinance, we should follow it, because we just vote to go around it, and so we pick and choose when we're going to use it, and I object. Not to the company necessarily. I've so far, anytime we do this, I will object.
and
Got
I'd
it.
also like to make a motion that we send notice to Capital, their 30-day notice, that we're ending the contract with them.
Second?
Is that what's in our current contract, is we have to give them a 30-day
Written notice.
notice? And do we want to start this now? Because we'll save money this year on this contract now.
Contract right here.
And they're not doing the job that we're expecting them
They
to
don't
do.
even answer
I mean,
telephone.
come on, it's not a question of trying to, we've already got rid of them out of
These are the terms right
Riverfront.
here, if you wanted to see
Yep,
them.
I do.
I did talk to Tim about it before, even. It's another wedding on Sunday,
This Sunday?
the 6th, the next week.
Oh, next week.
Oh, this one says,
There is the 30 days, because we found it.
Yeah.
Tim found it,
okay,
and Joyce did also.
all right.
Oh, I have two coming.
So-
And someone else do this.
A motion been made and seconded to give notice to Capital in, that their 30 days begins now. 30-day notice. All those in favor?
Yep.
Yes.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
Okay. We have a wedding that inspection on October 6th.
That's when the wedding is, isn't it?
A wedding is on October 2nd, and
6th?
Is that second
Yeah.
or sixth?
you're going to have to go, it's 9:30
It's just
to
an hour.
10:30 in the morning. Someone's going to have to go early in the morning because I have personal information that there's a wedding that night
Oh, is it
before.
the same day?
The night before, on October 5th, there's a 4 o'clock wedding, so,
We have one on Tuesday, one on Saturday, and one on Sunday.
right.
Wow.
So
There's one on Wednesday as well, isn't there?
Wednesday, yes.
Wednesday, I think there's one on Wednesday as well.
There's one on Wednesday at 11 a.m., and there's one on
Who's that?
Saturday at 4,
Who's Saturday?
my sister.
Oh, okay.
That's how I have personal information. I'm
Okay.
actually the officiant. So, officiate.
So you can expect that one.
This is a big week for you in the park.
Well, you know, what I do with these people,
I can inspect, no, I can't inspect it after. You have to, you're going to be there inspecting it afterward. I'll go in the morning.
no, you don't have to do this. What I do with the weddings, especially when they're earlier, is we go the night before. We do all of our walkthrough, we check everything and look for damage, and in the morning, because they're busy primping and getting themselves ready, I will go again to the site, just walk through, make sure there's been no changes, nobody came along and threw the furniture in the water, anything like that. And then in the afternoon, then, I will go back after they've cleaned up and inspect again. But too many times, they can't meet the day of the wedding because they're too busy with, getting themselves ready. So
I can do Sunday morning, but you're going to have to go late Saturday because there's a wedding at 4.
Okay, so let me have that
You
then,
could have
because I
that for
have
copies,
one on I have yours, your
Thank you.
sister's, and I have one on the 12th.
See this?
Because on this day,
That's okay, cool.
well, I'll call them. If this is at 9:30 in the morning, then that'll be all right, because when is the 6th? That's next Thursday, right?
No, it's
Wednesday?
Sunday.
Sunday. Oh, I'm getting confused. You're getting married Wednesday. And that is the
Wednesday, right, 2nd,
And then someone,
The
your
5th.
sister's getting married
on the 5th,
on the 5th, which is Friday,
Saturday.
Saturday.
I ate too many carrots.
I better write myself a note.
Okay, I have one thing to think about, and it's just like 2 seconds. 1, 2, yeah. And you might want to,
Something you want to
no, it's not mine.
I'm gonna
Yep, go ahead.
go downstairs. My stuff can wait until next week.
All right.
Pen
So-
just ran out of ink halfway through now.
Last week, we were very remiss in mentioning the loss of our icon,
Mr. Dodge.
Mr. Dodge.
Right.
And what a profound loss to the community it is. We had talked about having a
I'm going to need, got
Bench?
this one for the 6th.
I've already talked to
I've got
Catherine, and that's
that,
why
I've
she's
got the
going
pictures,
downstairs.
But the one that
So she already knows.
bride,
So
her sister.
we talked about,
I don't
there
have the
have
sheet.
been so many people at the death of Mark that wanted to do something to honor
Is this yours?
Mark, and now with Jim, to honor Jim. So what do you think about, this is what we had chosen. What do you think about getting back to the folks that want to give and getting that bench, it's concrete, appropriate, and not have something in memory of, but have something that celebrates, just a saying of some sort to celebrate life, which is what they
Would say
wanted.
like Tilton across the top and to all who came before or something, yeah.
We could do that. And then have it for Mark and Jim at the Ernie's, which the Conservation has already said yes.
Said that would be a thing,
That
yeah.
would be a great thing. So can we move forward on that, and maybe Catherine has a list of names that have asked and that want to donate towards it, so that we
Please.
can go ahead and do that? All right, great. Done, Catherine, so let's just put it out there, and,
Okay.
great.
I think
All right,
that's the way
Joe.
to fund something like that.
All right, things are moving down. Catherine went downstairs, right?
Oh, I'm ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the underground storage tank, I gave you a piece of information earlier. In July of last year, there started to become an issue in the difference between the amount of gas billed and the amount of gas paid for. Until the school started to do both things, nobody noticed. It was like left hand, right hand, but when we combined it into one office, then Cheryl Soma, the business manager over there, discovered that there was a discrepancy. We began to investigate. We had the big issues with the pumps, with the key system for the pumps, with the computer that operated the pumps. The pump was operating backwards at some times. Now, I know that sounds silly, but the guy from Gaff Tech, who's the experienced guy in this field, and the guy from the state Department of Environmental Services, which oversees those kind of things, and the guy from Weights and Measures, all looked at it. Nobody could ascertain exactly why. But we actually took the actual figures, incoming gas, outgoing gas, for the period between July of last year and, July of 12 to March or April of 13. And it came up 20% difference. It took a while to get this information together because we had two different accounting systems. We had the school and we had Northfield. Now we have one accounting system, and it's the same accounting system that they use at the school.
Right.
And over the course of the last quarter, we've deviated less than 1%. Now, that is industry standard. Actually, that's better than industry standard because gas rises and falls according to the temperature. Hot gas is more volume than cold gas, and depends on when you stick it, and it's an average. You stick it every day to get the level in the tank. That tells you how many gallons. So much feet of the tank is so many gallons of gasoline. According to the temperature, if it goes up, you might read that you got 4 gallons too many, or 20 gallons too, and it averages out over the course of a month. But the difference between the billing and from the supplier and our outgoing bills, as you'll notice on the back of page 1, on the far right-hand side, the total amount of gallons that went missing is 3,675. The problem's been corrected. There was talk about fraud and theft. That may account for some of it. I can't guarantee you that it didn't. However, we've changed the entire keypad system. All new keys have been ordered or issued. We have a new computer that's running those, and it operates, we just passed the state and federal and the GAF-TAC one for the technological accuracy of our equipment. We have been correct since we fixed it. We've got cameras, motion-activated cameras installed at that site. That you come in, you go over in that neighborhood, and the camera films you from an angle for which you could see the person pumping the gas and the license plate. So we're pretty good to go with that now. But there's 3,635 gallons that have to be accounted for. Well, the school district has to suck up $10,526. That didn't appear to be fair to any of the individuals on the underground storage tank. Our answer was to take the 20% and to apportion it to each municipal entity according to usage.
Who did the apportionment?
Cheryl Soma. Which resulted in a 1,567.6 gallon hit to Tilton, and that's all gasoline used by all entities in Tilton, and that would come to $4,489.55 that we would owe for that gasoline, plus 5 cents per gallon, which is the surcharge. She hadn't added the surcharge in. I can give you the exact total.
Then we have to come back.
3
Okay,
cents.
all right.
3 times .05.
Yeah.
That's 183.77
Downstairs.
in surcharge. This is very important, ladies. Plus, I'm sorry, plus $4,489.55 for a total of $4,673.32. Okay, does everybody understand it as I explained it? Catherine, do you know what this is about?
No.
The UST. Okay,
Make a motion to recess?
yes.
As long as we address
We
it.
are going to come back. Okay. Right now, I'm going to make a motion to take a recess. We have a very important occasion. We have somebody that has been with us for 25 years, has been the backbone of our
Oh, my God.
process, operation, has been, saved our butts more than once,
Who, Gus?
has been in and out of everywhere. So congratulations, Catherine Rosner, on your 25th anniversary.
Yeah, didn't think we were gonna let it just go by.
Curious why we turned off the cameras.
Oh, my God.
Here's to 25 more.
Shock. Oh, my God.
25 years, Catherine was...
Do you have to tell everybody? Just don't tell my age.
And we just invited a few friends.
Thank you.
And she's only 31 years old.
My favorites. Thank you.
There we go.
Come on.
You are all sneaky. I am absolutely flabbergasted.
I was talking, they're all going, they're all...
Did we actually pull one over on you?
Anna, how are you? Good,
Here as long as you
Oh, look, the fifth estate.
I know, who would have thought, you know?
I know, I saw you. I didn't ignore you. I saw you. You were busy, and then I bolted because I was parked behind somebody. I had to move my vehicle. Sorry, LPD. Well, yeah.
I would have combed my hair and put it
Absolutely.
We'll give you 5 minutes to get it together.
You can work for 25 years any place. Yeah, I think this begins at 26. Yeah. I didn't want what we would do to have to try to replace that. Actually, you can't replace that. I'm just glad that I won't be a selectman when she retires.
Oh, wow.
As far as you know.
That's an awesome statement.
Because I've been through so many administrators.
Don't you go away.
I mean, I don't have to tell you that.
Yeah, exactly.
So how are you doing? I'm doing good. Thank you for photos. You come down there?
That's where I spent my day.
No, they do such a good job.
I said, That's a great guy. My second.
And it was all in your program. No. I was just over the dresses. Swear in the new police officer.
Oh, you're special.
Give her the rest of
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
I have some questions about well, it's a hard thing to
I'm surprised he came to one.
So to ask him, I explained it too many times. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It sounds like it's a third degree. When people come out, that's the way to come in. So they see me doing and they're going to think that I'm representing their concerns. But that's not. On top of this, this really has come from. That's great.
Yeah, this is really changed my life.
I think he's doing exemplary job too.
See, it's such a good way working for the town. You're just
He's my neighbor. He's my next door neighbor.
yeah, trying to get Joe to run again.
I guess I deserve that.
That's all there is.
But really, it's home for you because 15 months. We actually had 2 robberies in your old neighborhood.
Yeah.
Well, one time you came home and you're like, how come you into my house? And you know,
I also told him, like, with the missing children,
That was a lot.
use that to alert all your officers.
oh, you just so you know about that. Alert now. That's all right.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
getting new belts. They had a couple, but
The water is bad, or something, it's terrible.
so he goes, yeah,
Oh, are you?
They have like Jaguar.
I said, well, if they opt in with an email, yeah, that's.
That's the price in that second year. Just we're done. We got it. So instead of 6,000, I'm gonna try to get 3,600 for the second year. It would be in reach.
What is what, with my Echoes of Excellence, they were giving.
Otherwise, they originally agreed to 15 months for 36. So we'll start,
There you go.
we'll start training.
I've been on days off.
Been on days off.
I was at nights last night.
Everything's got to come together by the end
I
of
need this. What do I need?
Just sign it.
It's gonna be a little frantic.
Employee signature?
Yeah, that was, you're up.
Yeah, I know.
The other form you signed for me, I got it.
And the contracts.
You need a negotiation power.
Today's date. 27th.
Get on a conference call.
Well, I'm gonna
Oh, yeah.
count them.
Cut out the letters, I'll draw the letters, put the
Is that all you need?
And it's not, they have to come into it.
The cheap one. Why don't you do it if
If somebody can
Yeah, I think so. They have some other stuff they want to make sure that the customer data is all set.
Oh, God, I knew somebody.
No, I know. And but I still think, feeling like a couple other places that probably do
Once a month, maybe we can start doing something like that.
Down Foxwoods is opening a Tanger outlet at Foxwoods.
I'm covering 27
You had to go down there and approve it.
They're opening a what? Tanker outlet? Oh my gosh, wow.
My dad knows how to get
He posted like a picture of it. Sorry, it's not opportunity for us.
No. Hey, Hannah, gotta get some food, kid. We're going to soccer in 10 minutes.
talking to her about.
Uh-oh.
No, seriously, she's going to help. I want to start focusing on things. And I don't have enough time to do my efforts of excellence, and I want to focus on those things. So she's agreed to send me somebody to I already have Kate buckets, and it will give you the line. We'll give it to her, and whenever you're ready to start, what do they like?
I was involved before this.
What is she gonna do?
Possibly a little byline.
I could send her over to Belmont.
I know what you mean. I purposely, it was donut shop coffee.
That's why I just asked her.
That's great.
Yeah. I already have Kate coming.
Yes, I do, yeah.
And like I said, in the next
How bad does the other guy look?
do it. But, and then if we're
I was power washing the deck. It ran out of gas. I put gas in it and I pulled it. I was on the deck. The moldy little ratty deck. And it jerked. When it jerked, it moved. Right on my shoulder. It was a success. She was completely surprised. And she was very happy with the people that had.
Excellent.
Hannah, darling.
Success. She's surprised.
What's going on? Anything good?
Nothing much.
I didn't get a picture of her yet.
We just,
Actually, I want a picture of her with all the selectmen.
What's that?
that Everbridge program,
Which one's that?
the alert system.
I think they will.
Well, it's for like issues, situations. So will that be like a text message system type thing where it goes out
Anything
to?
the person wants, email, text, on the phone. Chief, we approved Everbridge. Yep. Yeah, like party at town hall.
Yeah, I know.
5 years. It's almost up there with Dickie.
You think? Did you get something?
No, here's a line, I'm waiting. They barely got up here.
She's surprised.
So, you know,
She couldn't imagine why we were doing a recess, and I said, well, we got to do a recess because somebody's celebrating 25 years and she just about died.
I love it.
Just about died.
You'd think that Jane would remove her cap just once.
Probably does it to get you.
I doubt it.
I feel like she had it the other day. She had it up the other day at the swearing in.
Cut it out.
Yeah. Pretty positive. You know,
I think she does it to be a rebel, not that I would ever expect that from Jane Alden.
Does it in a restaurant.
everybody has their thing. I really don't, but I do at times. Like, I could probably say it's definitely probably a generational thing, depends on your upbringing.
Yeah.
I always used to, and hats in school and all that kind of talk. And then I went into the military, and then it became second nature to take your hat off.
Right.
And then usually, I take it off if I'm in uniform, but there are times when I don't like function. Because it makes it easier to pick out stuff. And I've had somebody say, how can you wearing that inside? I'm like, well, technically, due to military rules and regulations, the only time you're allowed to wear a hat inside is when you're in the because that was the only people you'd ever see wearing headgear inside, unless you were like a drill sergeant, like teaching guys, was if it was an MP.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I just think it's a sign of respect.
Oh, there's the line.
Yep, there it is.
Yes, I am. I like this covers a lot of different characters.
We did it. We did it. We surprised her.
Oh my God, yeah. She would have been out the door. She wasn't listening. You know that.
I haven't really been there before.
No?
I mean, I went there a few years ago, but I don't know if it was Onions or if it was the other place before, because we went there for a Christmas party like 3 years ago now.
I understand that concept.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you ever drink anything?
I like
Well, you know what else is Gary? Gary comes with like a thermos, and I'm like, I usually have like 1 cup a day, and it's iced coffee because I don't drink hot coffee.
Some I don't like, some I do like, and
Okay, Selectmen's meeting will reconvene in 5 minutes, sorry. Catherine, you've got the night off.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Catherine.
Back to reality.
Yeah.
That could be a song.
Yeah, but we can finish this up and get out of here, too.
Let's do that.
Actually, Eminem did a song where he says it.
Yeah, I know. I know he did. I have it.
Pretty darn
I like Eminem.
Pack a dish for me. I'll go over there and check it out. Yeah.
Yep. We got recycled, don't we?
Thank you, Al.
No, these can't be.
Sneaky dog, you.
I appreciate everything you do for us.
Thank you, Al.
You guys, I know you guys.
Probably do.
I hope you do.
I do.
hope you do.
I mean, there are days.
I'm just trying to recycle.
Crazy.
Tell me again their name. Lauren?
That's how you gotta look at
And
it.
that's how you have to look at it. You know? Absolutely.
Lindsay's the oddest name to me because he has a cat named Lindsay too.
All right.
Days I look at it saying, why?
Lindsay was the first cat that he got when he burnt his hands.
Word said I
He tipped a candle over.
Say,
When you need some help,
And,
I'll help you out.
Back when he first started, for us, probably back in 2006.
I would hurry up and run if they said
No, probably like 2007. Burnt his hands, so he's out of work for like a week. And
See you.
and
Turn the page.
his cat's name was Lindsay,
There.
and his nickname he nicknamed it Lucifer. And then he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna name our daughter to be Lindsay." I'm like, "Is that the name of the cat that's like the craziest friggin' thing in the world?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "But we like the name." And I was like, "Oh, okay." But he did the lambda, which is surprising because he's been on days for like 2 years. But
Catherine, do you want to take some more cheese home?
see you, neighbor. Jeez. Talk to you.
Well, you know what? Okay, you can't go with the...
So you have to work now? You have to go home?
I have to take on
You need to take over.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you for everything. I appreciate it. And the cake.
When does Abe start?
I am taking some...
goodbye, Terry.
Good night.
Good night, Al.
That was pretty funny.
Make sure you tip your waiter and waitress.
Hey, it's
Keep it up. Come on. Everybody go on.
Get in trouble at
Start
school.
beatboxing. Let me see. I got one detention in high school, and it's because I threw a snowball after school.
I know.
Wish we'd known that before we hired you. I can't.
I threw a snowball after school at like an hour and a half after school at my friend, and it was actually pretty funny because it just skimmed his forehead, like skimmed, and so he had this perfectly round red mark on his forehead.
They give you detention. You were on school
Well, we were at the school. I went to Pinkerton Academy, and the teacher had my brother, and he hated my brother.
I see.
Because my brother was like, my brother is very intelligent. I don't know where he got it from because the rest of us are bricks, but he scored like 200 points shy of a perfect score on his SATs.
Oh, wow.
But he was in college for 6 years because he screwed off so much. You know, do the math. I don't know. You can watch Jeopardy with him. He'll get like every question right. It's ridiculous. But so anyways, so he didn't like him, so he gave me a detention. I'm like, this is bullshit. Fucking snowball. It wasn't like I threw it at a random person. It was at my friend. So, and then I got a few when I was in elementary school, but nothing major. I got a detention one time because I had my winter coat on inside.
I got suspended for inciting a riot.
I get suspended.
I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Wrong place, wrong time, big mouth. And so they...
Probably didn't help that you started burning bras. Boy.
I got a detention because I was
Didn't help
only
me. He was
wearing
taking
a
off people that
coat.
didn't want him taken off from him.
Because you weren't wearing one?
I was only wearing a coat.
Happens.
I had a fur coat, that's all I had on.
Have a good night.
Why do I always miss that stuff, Captain?
Did you go to school here in town?
Yep.
Back when it was Tilton Northfield High School?
Yeah.
Back in the day.
We were in the last graduating class of Tilton Northfield High
Oh,
School.
you guys were in school together?
She was my first girlfriend, dude. 6th grade.
I didn't know. That's awesome.
We've known each other since we were, what, 5?
Yeah. First grade.
That's fun.
It was fun.
Actually, it was fun. I know her whole family. She knows my whole family. history. Sometimes that's inconvenient, but not too much.
We know wicked secrets.
Were you guys each other's first kiss? You were probably kissing boys.
First real kiss.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Hey, somebody's got to be first. I'm glad I was there. See, I wasn't there for the fur coat thing,
I remember
but
getting in trouble in first grade, actually, because I was kissing two girls underneath my desk. And they don't... I remember I had this shoebox that would hold all your stuff, and I had all these love letters from these two girls, and I was kissing them both. And my teacher got me in trouble and brought me down to the principal. My mother worked at the school,
She was just jealous because you didn't kiss her.
so she came.
That's pretty
I was
funny.
like, what? I didn't think it was over prominent.
That's hilarious.
It is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, pleasure to see all of you again.
Have a good night.
Night.
the pleasure was ours, Corporal.
Next time, next bat time.
So you're talking about the underground storage tank?
Let's roll this disaster.
Yeah. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get out of frame.
Let's make the scene happen.
No pups yellow.
Ready?
I'm thinking. Might take me about 45 minutes to think.
We'll see.
We're all set. We don't need the chief for anything, right?
No, we're good.
Nope.
Okay. We're all set.
On the road you go.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. If you need something, call us.
Already.
Okay, back from recess. That was a great surprise. That's wonderful.
Successful.
Boy, did we pull that one off.
Successful.
Very.
Yes.
Okay, Joe, you were talking about UST,
The
and
underground
it's going to
storage
cost
tank,
us about $4,000 extra.
$4,673.31, including 5 cents a gallon surcharge on the gasoline.
Why?
Because there was an error in the pumping system. The pump system over there is antiquated. And Northfield was doing the invoicing, or the gas in, two people were doing it, all right? Northfield and the school system. And we transferred everything to the school system.
Right.
So, as of 2012, in July,
Yeah.
Cheryl Soma, who's the business person over there, over at the Winnisquam Regional, took over the invoicing and billing. Well, she noticed instantaneously that we had more gasoline coming in than we were billing out. There's an issue. So we had Gaff Tech come out, who's the company that deals with the pumps and the tank, the equipment. They ascertained that once we identified what the problem was, first we got cameras. We thought maybe somebody was stealing the gas. We got cameras. There was no stealing of gas that we could ascertain, but there was still a discrepancy. We had Gaff Tech come out. They checked our equipment. Apparently, the pumps, for the reasons they couldn't even explain, was running backwards at times. You could go over there, turn on the pump, start putting it in your police car, town truck, whatever it was, and it would run backwards. Now, nobody ever claimed to notice this, but it did indeed do it. So, we replaced the computer, but that didn't take care of all the problems because, there was a couple of keys that you could stick it in, and then you could pull it out and it was still on. So what we did was we took the period, we fixed it, but we finally got replaced everything, all the internal accounting equipment at the pumps, the computer, the keypad, all the electronics, and all the rest of it, and issued new keys. We are and have been since April. I can't give you the exact date, but Inca, we're well within industry standards. We're better than industry standards. We've set up a procedure for measuring the tank, figuring out the tank. There's a formula because hot gas is bigger than cold gas.
Yep.
But there's a formula for that.
Yep.
We're well within tolerances and have been since the equipment was fixed. However, that means that 3,675.3 gallons is unaccounted for. Point three, the numbers add up. I don't have those numbers on this sheet exactly. We couldn't ascertain where the problem was. Which municipality had the problem? Actually, I think several municipalities did, but I can't say for a fact. So the fire chief, the water district, John Chase, the superintendent over there, myself, let me see, Cheryl Soma, Wayne Crowley from the school board, Bob Southworth, and his assistant Whitney LaFlamme, who are all part of this, decided the only way we could, well, we had two choices. We could do nothing and the school district sucks up $10,500, or we can apportion it according to use, that 20%, the 20% being 3,600 gallons, give or take. So our recommendation is to apportion it 20% to each municipality, and that would bring our portion of that to $4,673.31.
Why does it say $4,489.55?
Because that does not include the 5-cent surcharge. That's just the gallons at the contract price.
Okay.
Either way, we're gonna pay for it.
But 20% of $10,500 is not 4,000. Or did I hear you wrong?
There was a 20% shortage between the amount
It's
billed and
20%
the amount incoming amount.
20% of what we used.
The 20% is 3,675 gallons. That's 20% of the, that's what's missing. So we apportioned it accordingly, according to usage, and everybody's paying. The aqueduct is paying almost $1,100.
What they're saying, Catherine, is 12,772 gallons we used up until June, July, so they took 20% of that, which is 1,567.6.
Yep, I get it.
Either way, either you bill it to the school or bill it to us, we're gonna pay for it.
Well, I don't necessarily think the school uses almost no gasoline.
Well, no,
They're
I'm
the
saying-
diesel user.
We're gonna pay for it no matter what.
Yeah, and we're
ultimately
probably
paying
the
for it.
biggest user, aren't we? The
Yes.
PD?
Biggest user of gasoline.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's just go with
I've
that.
spoken with the chief. I told him that, and it may not even
Except we
be,
may not be the biggest user of gas now with the interceptors, so
Yeah,
Maybe.
that may change.
that may change.
but the numbers are correct now.
Right.
They have been for the last quarter. You can be in touch with Cheryl Soma or Bob Southworth over.
So when we go to the pump and fill up, there's a lot of securities there, there's everything in place, and it's all,
Spill kits, and we have cameras.
and it's all calibrated.
It is.
Okay,
It's correct now.
okay. So,
I was adamant
How
about.
often do we have to have that tank calibrated, or didn't we?
It
Gas
has to be
stations-
done every 6 months. The state does it the state comes in, the DES and the federal guys give us a 2-year certification. GAFTEC comes every 6 months. And the reason they do that is because GAFTEC comes every 6 months.
Yeah.
Calibrates the machine, makes sure that it's pumping properly, and our equipment is right.
right. When do we have to pay this $4,000 right away, or did we get a bill already?
Hey, if we pay our share of the bill right away, that's,
Did we,
the money's just going into the
were
fund.
we invoiced already on this?
No.
No,
Nope.
okay.
The question was what say,
Where are we going to get the money to pay the extra money?
well, they should have extra money on the gas line at the police department.
Yeah, it should come out of the PD budget, because,
Well, they use most of the gas, but there's probably extra money on that
I
line.
mean, we could do a percentage here as well. I mean, we know what our average gas use is between the town car and the
Tim said he
town
could pull the
garage.
numbers.
The town garage.
The town garage uses diesel as well.
The trucks use diesel, but they don't, the...
Not a diesel issue, it's a
Pickups aren't
gasoline
diesel,
issue.
but the big trucks are diesel.
But the, what I was going to say, Joe, is the pickups are gas.
Yes, they are.
Right.
Big trucks are
There's
diesel.
2 of those, and there's the car, and we have the town car. Most of the gas, though, comes
Loaders
out
are
of
diesel,
PD.
right? Yeah.
It'd be really odd if they weren't, but we could ask Tim to look at the figures.
No, I would say do it out of the PD and just do it. It's not, I think it's going to be
Well-
negligible out of the town garage.
Yes. Percentage-wise, I gotta
Let's see
figure,
what it is, right.
85% is coming out of PD.
You don't want to,
They use the most gas.
Right.
yeah, but you don't want to make his, last year, his budget was so close at the end of the year. You don't want to make a
No, I agree with
situation
you.
like this where he's over his budget.
He came in.
Just
and-
have to watch it.
Yep.
He came in and
Tim
he
watch it.
asked for less money for fuel because he had used so much less.
Right.
All right. And that's partly a function of the V6s, certainly. But we had the pump problem. Some of that is definitely PD.
I think we
How
need-
much? I don't
We
know.
need to increase his
We don't
gas
know.
budget.
Yes, we need to bring it back up again.
He said he was going to reevaluate that
He's
line.
got to reevaluate that because he's got a, there's $2,000 or $3,000 at least in there that's attributable to him.
Right.
I got to
That
think.
he went down on that based on the usage, so he's got to go up.
The reported figures, well, they were incorrect.
Yes.
Through no fault of Tim's.
Right.
He didn't know.
What else do you have for us, Joe?
Let me see, the MetroCast contract. Our contract, well, we have no contract, certainly, but we have a poll permit. However, the MetroCast contract is coming up. November, December, ta-da! So 90 days till that. Please peruse the contract. I've got Tim working on, you saw the IP phones. That's partly a function of this, because there's a intranet thing,
Yeah.
iNet.
iNet, right.
MetroCast is going to install these as part of that contract, which
Okay.
is going to save us money, which allows us the fiber to use the IP phone and save ourselves $6,000 or $7,000 a year, potentially, on telephone service.
Right.
All right, but please read the contract.
Yep.
Come up with your suggestions. I suggest that we get in
sent that to
touch
us
with
already, right?
Yes, it's,
the woman. I'm so bad at names. The woman from Donahue.
Oh, Donahue.
Kate
Tuck-
Miller.
Pardon?
Kate Miller.
Kate. That's right. Attorney Miller. This is what she does. She does it for Rochester. She did it for Dover. She's doing it for us. She's familiar with the things and what MetroCast can and can't do in this instance. Probably take an hour or two, but we need to have our questions and our suggestions and so forth to tailor it specifically to Tilton.
okay.
So please be doing that. The master plan, Lakes Region Master Plan has now got the economic development section draft written, which I will communicate to you. Lakes Region Master Plan,
Oh, the Lakes Region Master.
not our master
Okay,
plan.
okay.
That would have been a
You
Sandra.
just said the master plan, and I'm thinking of the
I'm
town's
sorry,
master
the
plan.
Lakes Region Master
Okay.
Our
Plan.
update we've been waiting for
It's,
7
it's got a
years?
few things to do to it. It's been,
But in any case, we're working on it. I will transmit electronically to you. It looks like it's going to be a good resource for demographic information, and it's going to be good at identifying areas of overlapping concerns, whether it's water quality, the sewer system, that kind of stuff, with recommendations for the future. But as soon as I will send the documents to you, look at them. If you have something you'd like to include, let me know, and I will bring it up. They're certainly not, I've yet to see anybody with a, it's got to be this way or whatever, and try to ramrod a certain point of view.
Right.
It seems to be very environment and natural resource focused. Housing, it's got all the different sections in that. Okay. The Recycle Committee just met recently. We would like to have $1,000 inserted into the budget. The one thing that
They're going to
was,
give us a breakdown of that, Joe?
of what specifically?
Of what you're going to use the
$1,000.
$1,000 for? You can't just say, "I'd like $1,000 in the budget," without saying what you're going to use it for.
Well, our thought process was that there was every possibility that come March, we might be having a different method of recycling collection. It could happen.
Yep.
At that point, the recycle committee would be instrumental in continuing the efforts. And of course, we have the townwide yard sale.
Right.
Distribution of recycling materials. The town budget says that we didn't spend our budgeted amount last year, but when you consider that not all the money is yet to be transferred necessarily out of that line, the cost of those postcards and letters, we had anticipated as being part of that line. So we've actually expended a lot more on recycling efforts in town than the budgetary line item would indicate. If we got $500, we'll make do. We'll make do. We're just trying to, it's a contingency thing, as much as anything. But I could vote for $500. I think it's important to have money in that,
I'm not
on that line.
I'm not questioning the amount. I've always supported the recycling committee. What
I can't tell you
I'm just
exactly.
I'm just trying to tell you, because I don't know if you, it would be easier for the budget committee, because they're going to get the budget because they're going to ask for it. So
I'll
maybe,
come up with-
perhaps maybe you want to do some education resources,
I'll
you're going to
discuss
need
with the
some,
committee and have
Right.
something more concrete. And maybe $500 is because we didn't sit there and try to line budget it, oh, we're going to buy
well, one of your mailings
containers.
that you're taking on right now is $700.
$700. More than
Right.
$700.
That we're transferring over, right. So you have to take into consideration, he said,
That was the intention, and I'm going to
That was
have it
the
in writing
intention.
for you in the minutes of that
right,
meeting.
that was the intention already, that they had said that they wanted it, the mailing done.
The
yeah.
mailing, I thought you said they were doing another mailing.
Oh, no.
No,
I was
but
going to say, for what?
if they intend to do a mailing, they have to take into consideration that this mailing was $700, so that, if they were to do a mailing, $700 out of a $1,000 budget is going to take a big chunk.
Wait a minute.
So, if they were to buy more composters or things like
Well,
that.
that's part of it, too. We wanted to buy composters.
I wish you would get those little ones that you put on the counter.
We're going to get more of those. We ran out.
All right, because I'd like one as soon as you get one.
I've got one at my house. I'll bring it for you.
Okay, great. So, if you expounded on your budget, that would be great.
Yeah, I will indeed. My big thing with this, for those of you who do not know, is that the bags that they sent here, as an example, you saw the Waste Zero
Right.
bags, right?
Right.
That's the bags that they match up exactly the samples to the bags that we're actually buying.
Right.
However, if you go to any store and buy a 13-gallon bag,
This is amazing.
and lay our 50, and I should have brought it, I didn't know it was going to be show and tell, but literally, I was stunned by this. The guy says, here's my 13-gallon bag, the box it came out of, right? Laid it out, put the 15-gallon bag on top of it. You could see 13-gallon bag all the way around it.
It's smaller.
Oh, I know it is. That's
So
been
then
my
I checked
complaint
out
around.
industry, and I said, well, if that's the same way with the 15-gallon bag, what about the 33? I went to the store, I did some research and
Looked at the
the
measurements.
sizes, right? I bought a box of 33-gallon bags. Market Basket brand, X bags. I laid one of the Market Basket bags on the counter. I laid a Waste Zero bag on the counter, and the Market Basket bag is a lot bigger. It's like, we have a 34 inches tall thing, 34 by 33 or whatever.
Yep.
Well, the industry standard for a 33-gallon bag is 39 inches tall.
Right.
Now, that's 5-inch discrepancy.
Right.
I sent a message to Ms. Bernier from Waste Zero.
Right.
And I expressed my concerns and my disappointment that this is an issue. And quite frankly, it's on me, because I did not check the industry standards. I presented these bags as a 33-gallon bag. You had no reason to doubt that. Neither did I, until I measured them.
It's
isn't
wrong.
that-
It's
isn't
going to
that
be
what she
interesting.
presented?
That's what she presented, exactly.
That's exactly, we got what she presented.
Well, then let's,
But they don't fit in any tank.
yeah,
No,
because
I
they're not.
have been in touch with
Let's
Ms.
see what she says with,
I have yet to hear back from Ms. Bernier. Tomorrow, I got busy today, I didn't have a chance, but tomorrow morning, my first thing is to climb up, no, we won't go there, is to get in touch with Ms. Bernier and again express my disappointment and ask her to explain how the industry standards could switch so much, because there's the thing. Mr. LaPlante?
The less bag you have, the more you have to buy.
Well, there is that, but they're not as advertised. All right, if we advertised a 30-gallon
wrong.
bag, and we sold
wrong.
a 30-gallon bag, ta-da!
we want to be transparent as possible, and we're not advertising it the way it should be.
You're absolutely right. I looked at the sleeve says 15 gallons. The bag that comes out is smaller than the brand X. 13-gallon certainly won't fit in a 13-gallon can.
Right.
Now, it won't. It won't. I am ever so sad about this, because people, recently, all of a sudden, people are telling me this.
Yeah.
I did not get the show and tell aspect of this until one of the residents called me up, would you please come to my house and let me show you what I have found out? Absolutely. And there it was.
We have a lot of trash cans in our barn, you know, old ones.
They don't fit.
And Joe tried it, the big one, in every one of them, and it's like, they don't make a can that this will fit in.
It
Well, there
barely
you
fits
go.
in the 33-gallon one barely fits in the 15-gallon one.
Well, that I didn't even try, but I'm here to
I
tell
did.
you. I have been in contact. I don't know what the answer to this is. Well, the answer is we get the right bag.
Right.
We get the right bag, or
damn
we
it.
go with somebody else.
Right.
There's got to be, there's something that we can do. I'm not sure what, but I'm pursuing it.
I mean, we're very proud of what we put our Tilton trash in. It just better be the right size.
Tilton trash right on the outside of it.
Exactly.
It needs to be the size that's advertised, at least industry
Absolutely.
standard.
If we're going to advertise Tilton trash, we must have the right thing in it.
As I
Not only that, but we say right in our ordinance that they have to put it in a can, but it won't fit in a can.
Well, it doesn't have to be around the outside of the can. It has to be contained in a can, but I like to put them around the can, and I've
Yeah,
worked
it's
around
much
it, but
easier
they're
to
not
do that.
what we advertised.
Right.
And that is troubling to me. So as I find out more things, as I get communications, everything, I will continue to send your way.
Right.
If you haven't read my
I
email
did.
concerning this, please do. And if you would like to roll in on this, feel free. I mean, I'm the one that's talked with Ms. Berner.
No, I think it should be one.
Quite frankly, I'm only one selectman of 5.
But if you need a letter from the selectmen,
Sicker.
fine. I'm fine with you being the representative.
Okay, well, I would, if I don't get satisfaction in short order on this issue, I will come back with some kind of a recommendation to go above Ms. Bernier to the executive vice president of the company with our concerns, and I know people in the press that would love to get a hold of a story like that.
How's that different than stealing from us?
That is stealing.
Yeah.
On that level, now, like I say, they sold us what they presented.
But they
I'll let you know.
Did they give you the dimensions when they sold them?
Yes. I never checked it against the industry standards.
But didn't they call it a third?
Came, the sleeve said 30-gallon bag, and I called Sarah and I said, this says 30 gallons, there's supposed to be 33.
And we wanted a 33-gallon
Yeah.
bag.
I said, "Oh, no,
So you know
no,
what they
no."
did? They changed the paper inside the bag.
Yeah, she said, no, we'll change that. So then I looked at the, she
They
goes,
didn't change the bag.
They such and such.
My
by
guess
such
it's a
and such.
30-gallon.
You said it's right.
Well, size-wise, that's more of a 30-gallon
I
bag,
was
yeah.
gonna say, we had 30-gallon bags at home left over, and we measured it up to that, and it's closer to that.
Yeah.
The 33-gallon goes all the way
Yeah.
around, you can see the.
Well, I wasn't going to buy another box of bags just so that I could prove that, but I will do a show and tell thing if it comes to that. Okay, that was my other major thing. MetroCast Recycling Master Plan, UST, and back to you, Madam Chairman.
Great. Al, do you have anything for us?
Next week.
Next week.
Next week.
Next week. Joyce, did you want to bring up the Fire Commission?
Would you like, I forgot to mention that, it's not that I was avoiding it. I have been.
Joyce has too, so.
Yes, I have, she has. I have been appointed, they asked me first, but both Joyce Fullwiler and myself have been appointed to the board that it will be screening the resumes of the potential fire chief candidates. The committee had its first meeting last night. Jim Clements was appointed the chairman of the board, chairman of the committee.
Oh, did he agree to join?
Was he
He did.
there?
That's very
Was he
good.
there?
He was not, he was unavailable. He'll be at the next one on October 2nd, but he had agreed to be the chairman in advance.
To Scott and to Pat ahead of time, saying that he agreed to do it.
Scott Davis was appointed vice chair. Scott Davis is on the committee, I'm on the committee, Joyce Fullwiler, Kevin LaChapelle, the fire chief from Franklin. Steve Bloom is a representative of the Tilton or the Northfield Selectmen, and that's it.
Laugh.
6, yeah.
Completely independent of the fire commissioners. The fire commissioners will set the requirements that they're looking for in a chief, and
Can't wait till that comes out.
we haven't gotten all of the requirements yet, but all the resumes, once the ads go in the paper, all the resumes will go to the review committee, not the fire commission or the fire district. They come directly to the review committee. Our charge is to winnow it down to the top 3, 2, 5. However, if we get a lot of exemplary people, we would pass on those names, but narrow down the list, give that to the fire commissioners, and then the fire commissioners will take it from there. We're not doing hiring, we're just,
The alternative was for them to hire MRI,
MRI.
which was $5,000 to $10,000. They came to speak at Monday's commissioners' meeting, and Don Jutton spoke, and he really gave a wonderful presentation to them, answered their questions, and so on and so forth, and but also, it was an excellent meeting to attend. At the last hour of the meeting, I was the only one in the audience, but they did talk about residency as a requirement.
well, I have not heard officially one way or the other. I've heard yes, but then I've heard maybe not, but
The
I don't know
residency-
yet. I haven't seen it in writing.
Residency will be preferred.
Certainly.
Ultimately, it comes
Preferred.
down to the commission is who's going to be hired.
Absolutely, positively.
Left side.
But the people that, their pool of applicants will be decided upon by this, this committee that has been appointed.
Pat Clark appointed the committee. It was all the people that he brought to the committee, and then the other commissioners. He had already called all of the people before
He called
did,
me in
except Joyce, because they didn't accept the people on the committee because there was no women on the committee. So Les Dokel said that there were no women on the committee, and he piped up and said, well, how about Joyce Fulwiler?
I think Joyce Fulwiler is an excellent addition.
So she is our token woman on the committee.
She's the token woman. Not only that, she's from Northfield, yet she
And
has
works in-
strong Tilton ties. So she's kind of like a by-river individual. Is that a word?
Strong Tilton ties.
The only
She
way...
bathes with the Tilton trash.
I have spoken with several members of the committee. We are unanimous.
Co-mingles with Tilton trash.
We are unanimously agreed that we are an independent entity. And our only concern, my personal only concern, is the best fire chief we can get now. What's happened?
Lost him.
Yeah, we just lost him.
Whatever happened up to this point, okay? I have opinions on that, but going forward, all right, we have to procure a replacement for that chief. And we need the best one we can get available. And I'm committed to doing my best to make that happen.
My concern is to have them, go through all this legal ramifications and controversy and force him financially to lose all this money and then, be on top of it to a point where he quits, and now they're going to relax residency.
There's
So be it.
I have yet to see anything in writing that would indicate
I was
that's
at the
true.
meeting when they discussed it.
Yeah,
I was
well,
at the meeting when they discussed
we
it.
will have written official guidelines.
I'm sure you will. Go ahead, Joyce. Joyce is first.
Commissioners did vote last night to require residency
Did they?
in the advertisement,
There you go.
In the advertisement. By what wording? Residency required? They did.
Wow.
That limits you.
I think they've already got somebody chosen.
Oh, yeah. Probably do. Go ahead, Jane.
Believe it.
I'm Jane Alden, a citizen of Tilton, also a member of the Tilton Northfield Fire District Budget Committee. And I think it speaks volumes about the problems ahead and address the problems that we've had in the past when one member, not the chair, but a controversial member of the commission, prior to the meeting, has handpicked members of the committee, has called those people to see if they would serve. I think that speaks volumes, and I wish the members of the committee good luck. But I think there are issues that says it all to me.
There were those people who were called who were unavailable.
No, there weren't.
Yeah, there were.
There were 2 people that were unavailable.
So what did I just say?
There were 8 people.
There were people who were called who were unavailable.
There were 8 people.
But the point is,
5% of them were unavailable.
My point is that a non-chairman
no, because,
Oh, you should have, look at the tape and see how quickly he answered when Les said, we need a token woman. Oh, we can do, that's how quickly it was.
Okay, but I had no clue.
I know you didn't.
No, I'm not saying you
it is obvious that the committee was chosen before the meeting by one member, and that is inappropriate.
and that is totally inappropriate.
I only talked to one
nevertheless,
person, but I have no knowledge
there's
that
nothing
my
we can do
choice
about it.
was only
Not a thing we
by
can do
one
about it.
individual.
But I just want to go on record as saying that.
Except wish him luck.
Get.
Okay, I want to go on record as saying I will not answer any questions to this subject again until the process is done. Because I don't want to go through this
Well,
conversation.
you can't, because it's going to be non-public.
This
You
conversation...
can't, your meeting's not public, right?
Hey, look, I'm responsible for looking at resumes. If there's a problem with the fire commissioners, I suggest you take it up with the fire commissioner.
I would hope, this isn't a discussion to your meeting.
Go on record,
This isn't a
Yes,
discussion.
okay, you go on
Joe.
record, but there's
Joe,
just
are we ready to adjourn?
centered around...
Joe, this is not a discussion about your involvement in the committee. This
That's
is
the way it
discussion.
started out, was an
No.
informational thing. I'm
This
not...
is, right. But these meetings that you're going to have,
They will be conducted because we're...
they're non-public, correct?
Certain portions.
Certain portion of
Right, I
them,
would hope so.
interviews or whatever.
When we met, when we started,
Well, we promise we won't ask either one of you what happened at your meeting.
You can ask all you want. God bless America.
I didn't ask a
Going to
question, I
sign
made a comment. and
confidentiality agreements.
You did.
I stand by that comment.
No, that's okay. Like I say, God bless America.
I want to make a motion.
No.
Second.
No. I have something to say about that. Yeah, last week, we took a cabinet from the stage, a metal cabinet that nobody was using, and a few months ago, we had given Joyce permission to administer her decisions on getting rid of furniture or surplus furniture and so on and so forth. However, Catherine does have a good point in that it's not a question of getting rid of it. We're moving it to a new location and the assets have to be changed. So I'm going to make a motion that we move the metal cabinet that was on the stage here to the senior center, which has already been done, but if part of a formality, I would really like that to be a part of the record.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Can we do that, a horse is already out of the barn thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's...
No,
Okay,
because if
sure,
somebody- If the majority said no, then that cabinet would come back.
It would have to come back. Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, I
And
would
there's
have
no
voted for
problem
it
because-
before the move, so.
Right, it was just, we forgot. so
And if you had
it's-
told me before we had the Home Depot card, we could have gone out and bought one, which we almost did. All right,
That was pretty funny.
there's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Yeah,
Aye.
bring it down, bring it down.
That was pretty funny.